But no, are you all?
Good morning, everybody. I muted the wrong thing because freaking OBS changed its UI. Uh-huh. Hello. All right. It is playoffs time. Well, in a little bit. In like a half hour. So, the idea was to come online before anyone else and gobble up all those pre-RedBull Wololo viewers, but then I forgot AoE 4 was the thing. Wow, they even have... Oh, this annoys me. All of these guys still have AoE 2 set as their game. So, like, even if you're browsing AoE 2, you would still find all of this AoE 4 stuff. Oh, and then Orgy. No, there isn't any. I give him his oatmeal bowl downstairs, then he comes upstairs looking for another one. Hey, we could have another exciting game that's made unfortunate by the time limit. That either Yo is going to benefit or be disadvantaged from. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to cast some AoE 4 right now. Look at all the stuff. Alright. Corgi time? Alright, it's Corgi time. Japanese. Oh yeah, I forgot. AoE 4 has all this random stuff as civs. Predictions for today. I'm gonna say Hart versus Sebastian really feels like a toss-up. I think it could go 4-3. And I think that Yo Viper is... I don't know. I really don't know, because if it was Hart versus Yo, or Hart versus Viper and Sebastian versus Yo, I think Hart and Sebastian both win, because that's just kind of how things have been going this tournament. But I think it becomes a lot more interesting because these specifically are the matches. It's a bunch of, like, little huts on stilts that apparently serves as, like, a wood drop-off site. Good shape? Yeah, for sure. Highlight of the playoffs? I have a very strong feeling that this round will be the best round of the tournament. AoE 4, well, Age of Empire buildings have always been way too small for their, the units that would theoretically inhabit them. I see AoE 4 and I just remember how much I dislike the art style. Like, there's nothing objective about that whatsoever, but I just don't like it. Is that unfair of me? Maybe. Still in love with AoE 4? I don't think so. Is AoE 4 faster paced than AoE 2? I mean, again, I don't know. The Varangian Arsenal, oh boy. Phone game? It does. It really does. And the UI art, like, all of this oversimplified stuff, really irks me. It's like they replaced actual interesting little icons with just super hard to distinguish nonsense. Run away, horsey! Rip. Those are some gigantic lances. I mean, yeah, lances historically were very big. It's just like, visually, it's quite like, whoa, huge lances. I mean, the buildings are all definitely more realistic. For sure. Well, look at that. They're doing stuff. They sure are. I have no idea, man. I really wish I could tell you, but I can't. Inversatile caster. Yeah, right. Alright. You don't need to watch this. Interesting that Hera has more viewers than T90 when they're doing AoE 4, but when AoE 2 is on, it's reversed. Make it make sense. Get to AoE 2? Well, especially if Marine Lord wins, I think then we will be good to go for AoE 2. Getting cringe? Oh, I'm sure people were very friendly about everything. Well, Puppy Paw might be a bit ahead now. It's a best of 5. Hopefully Marine Lord wins this so we can move on to AoE 2. Time limit? No idea. I don't know anything about AoE 4. Why are we watching this? Because it is necessarily before AoE 2. Yeah, the finals are on Monday. Population capacity reached. Heading to London? Well, I hope you have fun. If I'm seeing this, I lost. I lost what? Issues with their eyes. I lost the game? Oh, no. Issues with your eyes watching AoE4? Yeah. Alright, we can check back in on this later. I said that when they was in the alpha stage, that the contrast was really bad in AoE4. Alright, unique tech that does not cost gold, melee UU doesn't have a shield, receives an eco tech for free, has BBT, has full monastery tech tree, and was available before HD. Does this include the Forgotten mod? Receives an eco upgrade for free. Hunting dogs, Magyars, hello? Yeah. And has bombard towers, Chinese. This can be Armenians. Wiska don't get an eco tech for free. Oh, Bohemians. Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true. As unique tech that does not cost gold, melee unique unit does not have a shield. Malians. Thieves an eco tech for free. Reason, yeah. Fast imp guilds, never better. Lithuanians. Hill forts cost gold? That was food and wood. Nope. Food and gold. That was fairly easy. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, options are fairly limited here. Trusted me, that was your first mistake. Big noob moment. Oh, they don't include the Forgotten Civs. SMH. How's this game going? Age of Chivalry Sims. Official until HD. Go, go, Marine Lord. Go, go, Marine Lord. AoE2, you have to wait for AoE4 to finish up. That's why we have to support Marine Lord. No idea why there's these spinning circle thingies above them. You missed less of AoE too. Venue are then? I don't know. A venue. Good internet? You should have decent enough internet. For a cross-Atlantic flight. Macedonians? I think they're a Civ variant of the Byzantines because they like doing that in AoE4. Oh, just Vienna? Okay, then yeah, you might not have the best internet. Puppy, I literally don't know anything about AoE4, nor do I have any interest in it. Oh, this is pretty. Almost makes me think of, like, Hawaii. I mean, yeah, this is like any tropical looking place. That kind of does look like an American speed limit sign. I doubt there's Street View in New Guinea. Florida? No, there's a mountain. That's definitely not Florida. In Guam, there is, unfortunately. Global? Yeah, global, it's a little random, but I'm decent at it. I don't know if Guam has any mountains, though. Hawaii does. I guess I just don't know enough about power lines. And they look like power lines. I mean, it could be any, like, Pacific Island country. I'm gonna go with Hawaii. Right on the water. Is this part of American Samoa? All vegetation on American Samoa is tropical. All land not used by humans is covered by dense jungle. Ah, yes, the only distinguishing feature of American Samoa. Oh my goodness. All right. This is... This might be Cambodia? It's a little tough for me to tell the Cambodian and Thai scripts apart, but oh yeah, that's the Cambodian flag. And Samoa? Samoa is an independent country, and American Samoa is an American territory. Now, Cambodian script has, like, the squiggles on top and bottom. Besides, it's the Cambodian flag. No, it's Cambodia. I'm trying to find road signs. Here's one coming up. That is an advertisement. The Cambodian authorities. I don't think the Cambodian government's the most reliable of governments. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Persat, maybe? I think Krong means city, right? Did I miss it? Oh, here it is. Intricate curvy letter forms. Oh, looks like Marine Lord's losing. That means AoE 2's delayed more. The army is running away. I don't know. The numbers are bigger for Puppy Paw. Like no, not Peru. Islamic country. Maybe? Hey, we too. I tend to agree. I don't know. It looked like a woman was wearing like a full-on head, like full burqa type thing, but maybe it was just the angle or something. Spanish? I mean, it would look like Peru. AoE 4. Again, I don't know anything about AoE 4. But yeah, this looks like Peru or something. Heartland. Or maybe Bolivia. I mean, a lot of Peru is, too. Although it is obviously much richer than Bolivia. And you have, like, this random shiny building. Here. Yep, was Bolivia. Actually, much closer to La Paz. If only there was a Cambodian flag in Bolivia. I don't know, this is a pretty nondescript green area. AoE4? Well, yeah, they want to have the AoE4 tournament. I didn't see a road sign, but I'm also looking at chat while also zooming around. Localita Copacentana. SS. Sardinia? I don't know what SS means. Oh, okay. I know what SS means, but not like that. Marconia. I mean, it could be Sicily. I mean, it looks like southern Italy. Not bad, not bad. Oh, yeah, here's Marconia. Ostrava Jesenic. I mean, this looks like Czech. Isn't Ostrava in the Czech Republic? Well, I mean, right on the border with Poland, so you might have like a Polish gas station, right? Yeah, you'd better look out for the Hofnitsa. Although we aren't in Bohemia. We're in Moravia. Škoda's? Wasn't Škoda Czech? I don't know. Oh, you're actually way over here. In Little. That's definitely the name of the town, is Little. Alright, well, I mean, other than frickin' Hawaii to American Samoa, we did well.
That he just felt so damn comfortable. And I mean, he is a absolute formidable opponent. Right here, though, what are the civs that both these guys have left? So...
Rage! Pose around the map? I don't think you need to add anything that fundamental to AoE 2. It's so weird to have, like, Byzantines, French, and, like, Jushi's Legacy. I know, it's a grocery store. Yeah, and the civ of Jeanne d'Arc. Like, what the heck, man? I was an alpha tester for AoE 4. We do need to wait for AoE 4 to finish. Oh, here we go. The Abbasid dynasty pursues a flourishing golden age by concentrating structures around their House of Wisdom, allowing them to unlock significant economic advantages. The House of Wisdom also drives progress through the ages and grants access to advanced technology. Abbasid camel units are expert at countering enemy cavalry. Credit to the author, yeah. Abbasids were my favorite civ when I played AoE 4. Oh, Malian. Malians. The Malian economy booms with options for gold and food production. Claiming gold deposits for their pit mines, they leverage that growth to produce unique infantry units that strike from stealth and hurl javelins at enemies. Malians aren't a strong civ. Well, tell that to these guys. This map looks kind of like Socotra. AOM has a tiny multiplayer community. It is Socotra? Oh, it says front range. AoE 4? I think AoE always starts with like 6 or 7 vills or something like that. Looks nothing like Socotra. Well, to be fair, AoE 2 Socotra doesn't really look like Socotra either, but... you know. As AoE 2? AoE 4 has a smaller tournament that's like 2/3 the size of AoE 2 and much smaller in scale, so I mean, I think it seems pretty proportional. Yeah, hey man, Socotra wasn't in the game when I played it. Look at those sheepers. How are you supposed to scout with your sheep if they're following around your scout cavalry? It makes no sense. Rather have an AOM tournament? Well, again, unfortunately, AOM isn't all that popular. Won't follow your scout? I know. Like, I don't like AoE 4. I have never liked AoE 4. I played AoE 4. I really did try to give it a fair shake. I just don't enjoy it. There's no ballistics? That's just how they designed the game. Well, because there are people who watch dedicated AoE 4 streamers and not T90. Well, other than the fact that I don't like the AoE 4 art style, the question I always ask myself when playing AoE 4 is, why am I not just playing AoE 2? And that was always my issue. Everything else, yeah. AoE, well, AoE 2 is going to start when this ends. What? Why is this a thing? What did that accomplish? I mean, he just zoomed in on a boar and then it went all over the place? No, but I like, again, all of these AoE 2 streamers still have AoE 2 as their category, even though they're broadcasting AoE 4. Definitely doesn't annoy me. Watching matches? I mean, I just don't play that many games in the first place. Why don't they change it? I don't know. AoE 2 tag? Yeah, but I'm not, like, actually just rebroadcasting AoE 4, and I've been, doing whatever the heck GeoGuessr stuff as well. A hip crit? Yeah, that's me. A2 Hero of the Storm, the old games. Yeah, I guess Heroes of the Storm is an old game at this point. All right, we can do our daily Wordle. Sample is 6 letters. Salty, sure. Oh. Oh, this could be like saggy, sappy. Yeah, this is annoying. Yep. Sandy. It's like, there are so many different combinations. Sally is like to send forth. It's not just a name. Contexto? Have I played Contexto? Type a word. Banana. Apartment. Sofa. Oh. Housing. Microwave. Oh, that's definitely not it. How was your AoE 4 experience, Bignini? Rent. Apartment. I cannot spell. Oh, good call on city. Okay, town's a bit further away. A little bit further away. It's in the context of an actual city. Skyscraper? Metro? Zoning? I don't think they're proper nouns. Hmm. Maintenance? Maintenance? I can't spell, man. Maintenance. There we go. Oh god, Brain Lord's losing. Oh! Alright. Foreman? Nope. Concrete? Nope. Definitely not regulation. Oh, plumber! Plumber. Electrician's a bit further away. Not valve. Not toilet. Contractor's even closer. No, it's not. It's not a tool. Mm-mm. Oh. Woo! I don't know if 43 guesses is good or not. Also, Ornlu was here. Okie dokie to take him off. Catfishing.net. This is a risky click, guys. Type article title. Physicists? Rembrandt? I've never heard of Louis Daguerre. Never heard of him. Anglican theologians? Oh, jeez. Yeah, Rembrandt was Dutch, wasn't he? No, it's too British. Thomas Cranmer. Royal Air Force personnel. Explorers of the Arctic? Lincoln? Yay! Literally the most famous president of America and also the most famous person from my home state. Events of the French Revolution. Reign of Terror?
Booyah!
Establishments in California, American brands, Apollo, bathing. Ooh. Bed Bath and Beyond? That might be a good one. Jacuzzi! Oh, that's a good one, actually. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it's a company that became a generic. Female characters in a video game. Oh boy. Joan of Arc. No, it's not Lara Croft. It's 2007. And it's Japanese. Miku? Yep. Good call, good call. Lukashenko? Yeah. Oh, there's Zoe. It was like, who's that? Oh yeah, that's Zoe. Emily Dickinson, she's not Canadian. Is it the Green Gables lady? Anne of Green Gables? I don't know, man. Montgomery? Nice, nice. Yeah, Anne of Green Gables. So it's a Shakespeare play. Murder, suicide. Fictional king, plays about kings. About father-daughter relationships. Which play is this? Is it Macbeth? I think it's Lear. King Lear. Yeah. Honestly, we didn't do that bad.
Time flies.
It's Struvel Peter. Thank you so much. 50 months.
Pressure, because people expect you to be dominant, they expect you to win. Does that kind of pressure ever get to you?
No, I really don't care. I'm just here to have fun, and I'm happy.
YoungsterJoey.com. Did you buy YoungsterJoey.com? You should have him give you a call. What's Metazua? Oh, that's a cool venue. Ah. Any species to begin. Well, I'm gonna go with the noble woodchuck. Come on, groundhog. A tetrapod. So it's a vertebrate. Oh, amphibians. Wait. That's a frog, a worm, a zebra, a seagull thing, another frog, and an echidna? What do they have in common? I guess they're all vertebrates. So... No, worms don't have appendage. Yeah, I guess they're all vertebrates. So I guess it's not a mammal, though. Otherwise, we would have gone much closer. So let's go with a pelican. Really? You've never heard of a pelican? Fine, we'll do a frickin' peacock. Okay, so... A bullfrog? Sure. Wow! Nice call! The American bullfrog, or simply known as the bullfrog in Canada and the United States, is a large true frog native to eastern North America. It typically inhabits large, permanent water bodies such as swamps, ponds, and lakes. I see many of them in my lifetime. What is Riley doing? Stepped on? Probably more than I'd like to know. I major in college. Again, I really don't get why they're doing, like, the AoE 3 vibes. What do I know, though? Because they existed then? That's true. The famously American company RedBull. Just for Zoe. He is a cutie.
That's right. That's
right. Yeah, I'll get it done.
You go
Don't
off
worry
and do all
about
the
it.
chores, that sort of stuff. Anyway, thank you so much, by the way, for laughing about that archery range joke. I was very worried it wouldn't land. I appreciated the
I'm gonna get some more
polite
coffee.
chuckles that went through the room for that. I wrote that joke myself. Thank you very much.
He's very
Anyway.
proud. Yeah, very proud.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right. We move our attention now from Age of Empires to Age of Empires 4 to Age of Empires
That's
2.
right.
And I know people very excited to get stuck in. Yes, indeed. The energy palpable in the room as we turn now to Age of Empires 2. Let's have a look at the bracket, Zoe,
Yeah.
and see where we stand right now. Talk us through what we're looking at in terms of the matches we're going to see today.
Yeah, right. So we're heading into the round of 6. Of course, Hera and Lyri, they're already qualified for the semifinals, and they're waiting, sitting there prettily to see who they will be facing off against. The Viper and Yo will be our first round of 6 game, and then Hart and Sebastian. Actually, we're starting with Hart and Sebastian. It's going to be so close. These players have not met, as they are coming in from the opposite groups, so we haven't seen them facing off against one another. So we didn't quite see them testing their strength yet.
Yes, indeed. And we saw the fortunes of these players wax and wane throughout the group stage. Some very convincing performances. Some of them earlier on still kind of struggling to find their feet, but finding that momentum. But then again, this is something we talked about with them yesterday and indeed the days before, Zoe, the fact that there is a very different atmosphere here. Hundreds of people here in this cinema ready to see their heroes do battle, but there's a different sort of pressure. The bright lights.
Oh,
the energy of the
right.
crowd. It's going to be a very different feeling as these players take to the stage.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're hearing Hera saying that it affects him in the group stage, and it's a different setup, a different vibe when you're in a LAN environment, and that can cost them maps.
You're in a TV show? Yeah.
Imagine what it is feeling like in front of a crowd.
No,
on a
Zoe,
stage.
Indeed. And while obviously we have had
or
players
Zombie
try out
is
for
not
the
in
semi-finals tomorrow. We'll see our
involved early in AoE 2.
Take to the stage today. But my friends, why don't we
She's
play
done StarCraft and
together
Overwatch in the
our
past, I
forward
know that. I
heroes.
mean, I'm sure she's done a bunch of other
Both
things.
NBL and ACCM, they came and they
Yeah,
played
she's
their
a
guts
professional
out. They
host.
put on quite a show for us across
Man, look at those
the, group
seats.
stage.
It's so
Unfortunately,
comfy.
falling short of making it here on the stage today. But all the same, I think they're around. So if you see them, make sure to go and say good day and tell them that they put on a hell of a show for us all. In any case, we are drawing ever closer to our first Group 6 match here. And I understand that our casters are standing ready, so we may head up to the rigging right now to check in with Mem and Nilly. I wonder if they're up there ready to get stuck into this match. Let's go up and find out. Mem and Nilly, are you there?
We are more than ready. We are so hyped to be in this location, this amazing location, Leicester Square in the Odeon, with a guy, Nelly, that we has been together for I don't remember how many years, and now we're here in this location.
In the 18th Navy. Yeah, the posture was absolutely on point. Wait, are they outside? Sure looks like it. There's just people walking in the background? Looks like it. Is that what outside looks like? I don't think I'm familiar with it. All right, come on, let's get the game. Do you have drafts? Look at all those nerds.
And his opponent, who's been impressing all of us with his unshakable composure during the group stage. He will be representing Uruguay with the speed of a veteran and the hunger of a challenger.
Here is our second valiant competitor. Welcome to the stage, Sebastian!
Sebastian! Let's get ready to rumble!
Well, guys, we're going to see amazing stuff here.
It does give like that intimate movie theater look to it. In the oh my goodness, casting from 30 minutes away? That is weirder than casting from thousands of miles away. And they're both paid to be there. Welcome to AoE! Welcome to Eddie Esport. All right, we're going to be starting on Crownwood. Good one to start things off. Of course, we are in a best of 7, so we need to... Oh. There we go. Go ahead and center you. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Alrighty. More puff pieces. What the heck? Oh, no. What? Oh, guys, I've seen videos like this. I don't think it's appropriate to have this on regular TV.
Answer all correctly and walk free. Walk free. Fail and be converted. Be converted. Question 1.
Okay, I'm. What?
Castle Age.
This is.
Which civilization has horses? Persians?
Sebastian's like, what the hell is this?
Question 3. What is the ASP velocity on lighted scout cavalry?
1.52, I guess. Not sure. We have heard enough. Hear the knowledge.
What the heck? This is so bizarre.
We welcome the converted into our order. Our order.
What?
Well, it's very hard to now explain that we're professional casters. You know, after those, it's going to be very complicated to keep going with the casting, but we will do the fourth. We will do the fourth. For now, everyone has...
3 out of 3.
3 out of 3, 100%.
Let's see how we continue.
Yeah,
I was probably getting coffee at the time.
We're going to see the draft soon from Sebastian and Hart, and
Why can't we just be normal?
it's going to affect the stage to them.
You know that if I'm saying something is awkward and cringe, you know it's really awkward and cringe. They can call themselves fully boomed? What? Yeah, but Lady Gaga can pull it off because Lady Gaga's cool. I don't know, guys. I just can't get behind it. Wood Paladin, thank you so much. Welcome back. Part of it? That I'm fine not being a part of. No, I liked Lady Gaga's latest song. And I don't even listen to current music, and I like it. Not getting behind. Did you miss the weird conversion chamber gimmick video? In which case, you're probably lucky. For Sebastian, I'm gonna give Hart the benefit of the experience. I do think it's very, very close, though. I think both of these sets could be very close today. But no, they're not in the Royal Albert Hall yet. But yeah, you guys can do predictions. Alrighty. Who will win this set? Hart. Sebastian. No, that's just the finals are in the Royal Albert Hall on Monday. Yeah, Easter Monday. I assume that you don't get Easter Monday off in Mexico either. It's very strange for me, too. This, it's a little weird that they have to switch games, but I honestly don't think it's that big of a deal. Wait a minute, it is the Toopsters. Here. Thursday and Friday, interesting. It's the Toopsters! Yes, I honestly think today will be the best sets of the tournament. In Mexico? No, Malamadre's in Mexico. There we go. Nothing else too surprising for the Sibs, but Frank's very early pick again. It did not look good. It sure didn't. We saw Mapuche, and they certainly didn't look good in either game they were played in. heard of the Mari Mari. I mean, I, in general, believe in the Mari Mari, but I don't think this one. Oh, Sebastian's getting loosey-goosey. He's getting loosey-goosey. I remember one Britain's game. I don't remember a second. It is the Sunday when Christ resurrects or whatever. Oh boy. Here we go, guys. We are here in game number 1, round of 6. Art, overall, very strong tournament thus far. Only got swept by Hera, which isn't anything to be ashamed of. He will be the blue Georgians to the southwest and to the northeast in the red as the Toopsters. It will be Sebastian. Spearmen and archers, no chompy rush. Guys, if there's any of these players that I trust to actually do something interesting with the South American civs, it's Yo, Viper, and Sebastian. Are Toopy good enough? I don't know. We just don't see enough of them to really be able to judge. Of course, we have some early walls coming in. Hart's over here with his own scouts. It is to be seen. But at the moment, just archers and spearmen coming out for Sebastian. Nothing too crazy there. No, he made skirms. I mean, Hart's looking for some damage. Oh, nice snag there. Hart gets a villager, gets out with the scout cavalry. Fletching is in, and look at that. The skirmishers are immediately out here from a Hart, and this is not going well at all for Sebastian. Yeah, the finale's on Monday. Res collected, basically even, but Hart just hasn't been terribly concerned with his defense so far. Well, it's Easter Monday, so I guess people get it off. Yeah, but like people aren't going to look at the dates until the actual time of the event. Okay, house is there. Sebastian's getting himself defended. Now, in general, can 2P work versus Georgians? Up until a certain point, yes. I think it will be down to Hart to eventually get to... Oh my god. To Svan Towers or Siege Onagers or both. I think if Hart plays this... Okay, yeah, he's going Blackwood Archers. If this gets to Sebastian overwhelming his opponent, I do think Georgians could, in theory, struggle. I think the way that Sebastian wants to do this, though, or rather, that would be the ideal way of doing this, would be if he isn't going all in. I actually think going all in versus Georgians is going to be much more difficult than just applying pressure with the Blackwood Archers, keeping your opponent on the back foot, and then booming up behind it. But I think that's what Sebastian's doing here. Yeah, 7 vills on stone. He still has a very strong economy behind this, even with the villager loss. His actual eco-efficiency is quite good. 0 seconds idle time versus 36 seconds. But yeah, Blackwood Archers certainly going to be a very powerful early Castle Age unit. So there is no bonus damage until Curare is researched in the Imperial Age. As it stands, Blackwood Archers are basically just Karambit Archers. And we've got several units forward here from Sebastian. He's continuing to get his eco upgrade. So yeah, Sebastian not looking to all in here. Yeah, again, they're Archer Karambits. And let's see what Hart is going to have in mind. Skirmishers still counter the Blackwood Archers very effectively. Yeah, Sebastian's eco efficiency is very solid. And I gotta say, what I like from Sebastian here is that you're doing this into Hart. Hart's not going to be the kind of guy who wants to deal with a bunch of Blackwood Archers. Hart would rather Sebastian, I'm sure, be Vietnamese right now. In that it's probably much more streamlined for Hart's decision-making, if that is the case. Meanwhile, there are some knights on the way, just most likely to clean up some units. Hart is going to be reacting with a second TC, which is absolutely correct. Oh my goodness. We're breaking a manually allow Blackwood Archer. Siege Workshop is coming in here as well. Skirms are here to apply pressure. They have Bodkin, so they're doing extra damage to villagers. Look at this, though. Defenses are on the way, but this is, of course, inherently inefficient for our red player. D-Skirm is going to be here. This just is not the sort of situation you really want to be in. Good pressure here from Hart, right where the castle is not located. Second TC, though. So again, I love that you're not just thinking one-dimensionally here, which is, I feel, so common with these high-level players when it comes to the new stuff. It's like, okay, we're going to go for the gimmick thing, and then if that doesn't work, we're just dead. No, Sebastian's here looking towards the long game. That said, his own eco-efficiency is going to be getting a lot worse. He's going to be having Wheelbarrow, but Hart's own resources are looking pretty solid. He's got a second TC down. He's getting his Fortified Church in. But yeah, you're going to need something here that kills Skirmishers. And this is very expensive here for for Sebastian. Mangonel is almost out, though. Will it be able to deny those units trying to bust in? I don't think so. Yeah, Sebastian thinks better of that one. Yeah, the workshops are just a defensive necessity, not something that Sebastian actually wants to be doing. Still, the Mangonel will be here, as well as a couple more Blackwood Archers. But Hart is very well defended at this point. He will probably lose a Vill here. Maybe 2. Um... 1.1, Plumes are still the fastest moving foot archer at 1.2. These are the same movement speed as Rattan archers. Yeah, Plumes are still faster. Another fortified church is incoming. Another kill, though. No ballistics, just able to find that angle to get the damage done. Nicely done there from Sebastian. University coming in for him as well. And he is continuing to mine stone. Third TC for Hart. Again, his eco is going to be looking a lot better over time. And it's going to be down to, can you make this work as Sebastian? It's very fast. They're the fastest attacking archer at 1.5 attack speed. Oh, look at this. This could be a giant crushing move here from our blue player Hart. Well, I guess the fastest base attack movement speed. Ethiopian archers fire faster with Thumb Ring. All right, third TC coming in here for our 2P player. I mean, Sebastian rocking this in such an important game is honestly pretty exciting. And remember, you also get the resources returned to you when they die, or some of the resources. Still, everything is going to get cleaned up. They're still very weak. They literally have the least amount of HP of anything in AoE 2 at 20. Not very impressive. Hart, 4 more villagers. He's a little bit behind in eco upgrades, but he is the Georgians, and he's got those fortified churches here. Mangonels here. Of course, Mangonels are so scary for the Blackwood Archers. Ballistics is big, though. That TC will come in. Got 3 monks here. Hart already with 1 relic. So, I mean, I think Hart is playing this well thus far. But how well will either of these players appreciate 2P in a long game? Like, I have literally never seen a professional tournament game of AoE with the 2P that didn't end just super fast. 33 Blackwoods at the moment, guys. And here's castle number 2. I love the way that Sebastian's approaching this. He's going for his unique unit. He's getting his eco set up behind it. He's still looking for the map control, but you gotta take the good Mangonel trades, and that is what Hart was able to do right there. Ibirapema. They're sort of like your big, meaty frontline unit. I wouldn't hate them in the long game if your opponent has, like, skirmishers and light cav. But you don't really want them right now. Right now, you want to be focused on your Blackwood Archers. Yeah, good fight there for Hart. Still taking efficient trades, but the eco efficiency for Sebastian is honestly pretty darn solid. Heavy Plow coming in for Hart, too. And that's another 1 for Oak Hill. Oh my goodness. Again, you just take the efficient fights. It doesn't matter what your opponent does. Castle number 2 is going to double the Blackwood Archer production, though. Oh, I'm actually a really big fan of 2P. I actually really enjoy all 3 of the new civs. I think they're really fun. Oh my goodness! I mean, obviously you only deal 1 damage with the Blackwood Archers, but you have so frickin' many of them. Still, Skirms crush them super hard. Oh, beautiful hit right there. And yet, 49-16 army, guys. Oh my, yeah, the Blackwood Archer has the saddest lead upgrade for sure. A Champy Feudal Rush? I still think it's pretty solid, but in general, the Champies feel somewhat weak. 2P, they do have Redemption, I think. Yes, they have Redemption, but no Atonement. Yep, and Sebastian is up. I love this from Sebastian. Guys, he's actually playing 2P like an AoE 2 civ. Can you believe it? I bet you can't believe it. If Sebastian gets the Curare, it is going to be tough for Hart to deal with that. Ooh, decent hit there. But it's always so risky. These 30 archers have 600 HP. These 30 archers literally have the HP of 10 knights. How much do the Blackwood Archers cost? I think it's 35 wood, 45 gold for 2 of them. I mean, right now, the production is simply too much. Imp is on the way here for Hart, but he really seems to be struggling to know what to do. Yeah, skirmishers are good, but what you really want is siege. Blackwood Archer, it's literally the type of wood that's used. They're very real. Yeah, Spawn Towers is insane versus 2P in general. They have swarms of weak, cheap units. A 3rd castle is coming in. And I really just can't underline enough how... This, guys... I'm going to say it right now. This feels like this is Viper playing, you know, in circa 2018 through 2021. He's taking something new and different, like with all the content that was being added into the game over the time, and playing it like, oh, I've been practicing this for years. The execution is extremely good. The micro is good. But really, it's just the understanding of this new thing that's been added to the game. And playing it like he's just so comfortable with it. Art's still displaying some great micro. Yeah, Georgians get siege engineers. Like, seriously, guys, 2P hate dealing with onagers. I mean, do you want Curare? Of course. Always want Curare. But you can't afford it yet. And even just getting Chemistry and Bracer are huge advantages. Imp is coming in, though, but no +4 defense for the ranged units is an issue for Georgians. Yeah, Scorpions are insane versus them. Again, they have 20 HP. But is Hart the guy that really likes to focus on siege units? Yep, Trebs are on the way. Handcard's going to be nice for Hart in churning out units, but look at this, guys. Sebastian's done such a better job of just maintaining that economy. Both players actually doing a great job picking up relics. Our siege? I mean, I really think that Hart is under-investing into siege. And there it is, guys. Curare is coming in, and yes, I do think it is slightly overpowered. But you're against Georgians, so I have no sympathy for you. And look at this, guys. The skirms are starting to do work. Rebs are here. 6 seconds to Curare. Reinforcements obviously need to come in. Halb Onager. I mean, it's just like Mayans, right? Swordsman plus Onager basically kills 2P. Oh, it's stackable, Kuri. Oh, it's very stackable. Although it does lead to a lot of overkill damage. Especially when you're microing like this. Like, this is actually a very poor use case of Curare's, like, if you're focusing down individual skirmishers. It is slightly overpowered. It's, what's what, 6 damage over 15 seconds right now? I do think, yeah, the Chompy switch is exactly what you need. Guys, this is making me so happy seeing Sebastian play this. Again, he is actually doing the unit switches. This isn't, oh, I'm just going to go Blackwood Archers, and then, you know, if it doesn't work, I die. The tooltip is like, what, a month old? So, yeah, but it's like perfect, right? Good job here trebbing from the high ground, though. Great angle there from Hart. And he's buying time. Is it 6 months? I have no idea. I mean, obviously Hart has a good KD, but resources destroyed is actually also in favor of Hart. Nice kill on the castle, though, limiting the Blackwood Archer production. It is played similar to Mayans, for sure. Chompy Warrior is on the way, but of course it's still going to take some time. Refund cost? I have no idea. Yeah, the res recovery does screw with things a bit. But yeah, I mean, the most similar comparison to 2P is Mayan, so using a lot of sort of that same framework of decision-making does make sense here. Remember, you do need Caciques as Sebastian. Yeah, he does need to research Caciques when he has the resources. I would like it if he had a hand cart, for sure. You know, it's an absolutely great first game. I mean, Hart's defense has been overall solid. He has the score lead right now, I mean, for doubt's sake. Oh, some good Treb hits. It's 4 Trebs versus 5. Inscription's obviously going to be huge. But can you last long enough with your Blackwood Archers until the Chompy switch is fully realized? Well, he just ungarrisoned his opponent's relics. Of course, what's one of the biggest advantages for the Georgians? It's mobility. But I just am not sold that mono skirmishers is going to win you this game. And now the Chompies are here, guys. You're still missing upgrades. Sebastian does need to get his eco balance sorted. Really badly, actually. But if he can do that, then those Chompies are going to be so tough to stop, especially if you pick up Caciques. Big DPS increase for them. Heart's doing a great job with his trebuchets in general, but those Chompies, remember, they get bonus damage versus siege weapons. Look at this go here. Sebastian now is the one with 3 trebs to 0. A couple Cav archers feel extremely unimpressive at this point for Heart, and I really think that Heart just doesn't know what to do against the Civ. I actually think that this is such a great approach against Heart specifically. It's only flesh and blood units, so no siege weapons or ships. And no buildings. Boom with defending? Yeah, I actually don't even think he really needed skirmishers. Just mangonels, fortified churches, get to heavy scorpion or onager, and then go into champions. Or if you really wanted to take the cavalry route, you could do that as well. Like go for Monaspa or even hussars and go for counterattacks. I think both of those would be far better approaches. Two-man saw coming in. Again, I'd love to see things like handcart, a few more vills on food, a few less on wood, but Sebastian is getting that sorted out. And organs, exactly, yeah, you can't use Curare, HUD, Hussite wagons, or organ guns. Only flesh and blood units. Like, Blackwood archers are very hard countered by siege, because you not only do they have, like, no HP, but they can't do their bonus damage, poison damage versus them. Yeah, Heart's, like, 10,000% dead. Wow. That was awesome, guys. Have some flesh? Well, they don't have enough flesh, unfortunately. Again, like, those are the sorts of things that you want, and I really just don't think Heart appreciated how exactly he needed to deal with this, because, I mean, I'm sure, like, how many games do you think Heart has played where he's playing against 2Ps when they're not going for a Chompy all-in or a Phosphorus-style Blackwood Archer all-in? Where Sebastian just played a regular Feudal Age, just get himself walled up, apply a little bit of counter pressure, get to Castle Age. Yes, he got the castle. Yes, of course, he's going to the Blackwood Archer, which is an incredibly strong unit. But it's the fact that he got the second TC behind it. He got the third TC behind it. He kept his eco running and was able to apply just enough pressure to Heart, and Heart just didn't really feel like he knew exactly what he needed to do there. The imp timing was killer, but that was also just a huge factor because Sebastian making a wood and gold unit. Heart trying to defend with skirmishers. Yeah, but again, that was in a Phosphoru type situation that Lewis went for. Yeah, they sucked up all of Heart's food, all of Heart's wood, and they just couldn't really do anything. After early Castle Age, Sebastian didn't have to worry at all about a counterattack. Dubai. Onager or Scorpion. Yeah, Georgians get fully upgraded Onagers and heavy Scorpions. I mean, they get Siege Onagers. I mean, obviously, if you get to Siege Onagers, 2P are super dead. But second to last pick. Should be in the Geneva Convention? I don't blame you at all.
3 minutes of ads should be in Geneva Convention.
Convention. Yes, Georgian town. Like, Georgians have answers, right? I mean, I'm sure if we look at the RedBull chat and look at the T90 chat right now, or the Hera chat, it's going to be a bunch of people saying that Blackwood Archers are OP. And they might be slightly overtuned still, by like a little bit, but not relative to Georgians. It's really the fact that Sebastian played that perfectly, he knew what he was doing, and Hart just did not react to it as well. Japanese are the last. So the way that it works is it's always middle out. Versus Svan, you can't poison a tower, so they're awful against Svan towers. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Mangonels and fortified churches. Blackwood archers are terrible against both of those things. Looking at other civs, I think that's fair. I mean, we're still in the discovery phase with these new civs because we had to deal with all the chompy rushing stuff, right? Hard the cards. Anyway, that game was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah, I have all the in-depth videos on that Wood Paladin. I even made really pretty vignettes. I was pleased with how they turned out this go-around. Anyway, guys, here we are. Classic Civ matchup. Sebastian going to be the Red Huns to the north. Hart, the Blue Saracens to the south. AOC time. Much more aggressive map. This would be much more of up Hart's alley. And Huns, Saracens. It is going to be an aggressive matchup here for Hart. Oh, sorry, for Sebastian. Sebastian's going to need to make something happen. You do not want to deal with Saracens as Huns as the game goes on. Would lose today, but he plays tomorrow, so he won't lose. Yeah, I imagine Hera would also have lost that game. And except if the game is now played tomorrow and Harris actually, like, sees it, I'm sure he'll come up with a much better answer. Anyway, of course, we love both of these civs here. Double range for Hart, so not opening heavy into the scouts, which does make sense considering that your Saracens versus Huns, if you both play scouts, Huns have the faster scout production. They just feel a bit more comfortable doing that. You also have the fox collectors. I think they're just called villagers. Yeah, they're not called furriers. An alley? Exactly. Do one more damage? Not in the mid-game. In post-imp, the Saracen Cav archers win very comfortably, but the Hun ones are still going to be pretty efficient.
What's that?
That said, with the Saracen market, Saracens still might edge it out in the long run. Anyway, second range coming in here for Sebastian. This is much more of an Empire Warsy game. Lots of unit production happening. And right now, Sebastian's just going to try and scale up his army as quickly as possible, whereas Hart's going to try and do the same thing. Neither player is bothering with a switch over into the skirmishers yet. And I actually really like this from Hart, because what would skirmishers even give him right now? But the spearmen, of course, are the linchpin of this. They get some decent pokes off. Scout gonna almost maybe fall. There it is. And yet, Hart is the one with the archers left over. I really, really like this from Hart. Scouts are gonna still die there. I feel like Hart's still definitely getting the better end of that. It's the foxes, the loud animal in the background. Yeah, Huns don't like placing camel units. This is a game that you really need to be aggressive. Of course, all micro here for both of these players. They're both very good at it, as you would expect. Like I said, I'm glad this is the matchup, and, like, it's Sebastian Hart and then Hera Viper, or not Hera Viper, Yo Viper instead of the other way around. Nice kills there for Hart, and he is up to Castle Age. With the power of the Saracen market, this is looking so much better for him. Sebastian just invested a lot into scouts. He's actually ahead in resources destroyed, but it just isn't paying off. We don't want both the interesting players to face each other? Well, I think that Sebastian's an interesting player. All right. Can Hart buy the time? Doing great so far. He still has a minute 16. But with that double range production, Spearman gets one poke in. Oh, it's forging on the scouts. I think you actually need +1 defense. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a mop up on aisle 7 here. Like, it doesn't matter if this is still slightly more units for Sebastian. He's just not in Castle Age. He's going to try and click up now, but really any amount of Campbells coming out should put a stop to this. Viper, well, that's what we're going to have to see in the next set. We should see a third range here from Sebastian and just go, like, not all in Cav Archers, but actually, I wouldn't even hate to see 4 range Cav Archer. Now, the good news for Sebastian is that Hart is still at home. So the fact that Hart isn't across the map with crossbows means that Sebastian isn't instantly dead. Now, is Sebastian still probably dead? I mean, maybe. But I really like this dive here. Okay, third range. I wouldn't even hate a 4th range. Sebastian doing a great job of sort of just buying time right now. Design for aggression. Why? Hey, don't be hard on the AI. That definitely wasn't used. Alright, here's the counterattack incoming. What is Sebastian going to be able to do here? He's done a great job of buying time. Oh, I mean, he's still getting so much value out of those units. But, like, it's still not that great. Like, Hart's still the one who's utilizing the Saracen market super effectively, leveraging that uptime. I mean, he's got to get something done here. Like, you can take the best fight you possibly can, and that fight still not be good enough. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing right here. University being rushed up. This is a very sad lumber camp for Sebastian. He's kind of panicking. More crossbowmen crossing the map. +2 defense, even going to be a nice little touch there for Hart. We just don't have the numbers right now. I honestly don't even know why Sebastian's bothering to make crossbowmen. Somehow Sebastian has the score lead. That one I don't get. Ballistics is coming in here for Hart. He's literally just doing everything ahead of his opponent. There's Ballistics. But you even had to cut your unit production there. It's impossible to really defend on this map, and Sebastian's getting Empire Wars real hard right now. Funky things? It sure does. I mean, yeah. Both of these players have good enough micro that it should cancel out, and then the guy who's got better units, or rather more units and better upgrades, is going to win. That should be the exact situation we're running into here. I frickin' love Empire Wars and maps with rocky terrain. I mean, would you rather watch that last game that, like, went to Imperial Age and was dynamic in terms of both attacking and defending with different army compositions running into each other? Or would you rather watch this? This is what AoE should be about. Anyway, Defender's advantage is keeping Sebastian alive here in the short run, but a second wave of Marauders is coming in, and Sebastian must flee. He is going to attempt a second TC here. He's only lost, you know, 3 villagers, so to say. Because aggressive. I mean, Hart has to be a little bit careful, right? The long rush distance rather reinforcement distance really is a thing, and Sebastian's microing his heart out here, so to say. But I think the issue is the train time of Cav Archers being a bit slower, and the fact that you just need all hands on deck, so I don't blame Sebastian for doing this. He does need to move to CA, but he needs to move to CA only once he is at least semi-safe at home. So I actually think now would not be a bad time to switch over. He's cleaned up his opponent. He's trying to go for a counterattack. That said, oh yeah, Hart's also been able to pick up 3 relics behind all this. That said, Masmora, he's not doing it. It is 2 TCs now for each player. Downwatch does save lives. How many times do I need to say this? Oh, the micro was insane. All right, wheelbarrow in here as well for Hart, and oh my goodness, this is going to be insane. Oh, and it's going to catch Sebastian off guard over here. Perfectly done by Hart. Yeah, I honestly think this is a big mistake from Sebastian. As soon as we're not actively dying, you need to switch into Cav Archers. Anyway, there's no real way to come back from this. At least not by doing exactly what your opponent is doing, but worse. Hart with the 3 relics. Yeah, unless it was like sending 10 vills over here that all get sniped, then I don't think that's going to be an issue. And again, here's the difference that you have Hart fully walled and Sebastian not full walled. Ring's, of course, going to be great for Hart. You also have the extra defense upgrade in as Hart. Guys, why isn't Hart reacting? Okay, remember when I said that it would only work if, you know, Hart was sending a bunch of vills over to build the TC and they all just died? Well, that didn't happen, and yet he didn't react, and he's still gonna lose a ton of vills anyway. Oh wow, that was an insta conversion. Yeah, 4th range honestly would not be bad. Okay, now the Siege Workshop is in, and you have ballistics for the Scorpion. I mean, there's a lot going on. And Hart is still working towards that 3rd TC. He's still ahead in Villagers Destroyed. He's even going to get a couple more vills over here at least. Maybe make that 1 more. Very nicely done. Not the Fox! Yeah, 11 archers queued up. Both players could use a 4th range. But also Sebastian needs to switch over into Cav Archers, I think. Yeah, he's got a staple. Oh, he literally microed into the projectile. More eco upgrades coming in here from Hart. A 4th TC for him. I actually don't know. Probably not. They would have to manually code that in to be the case, which they aren't going to do, obviously. Defensive Mangonel, and yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with really anything that Hart's doing right now. Then the Crossbowman. In an even game, I can understand that, but the thing is, you're behind, and you know you are behind as Sebastian, so why are you doing the same thing as your opponent, but worse? No, it doesn't affect Vader is. 26 versus 20 Crossbowmen. The siege numbers are, like, okay here for Sebastian, but still, it's 4 TCs to 2. You have the high ground here to help defend. And this game is all Hart right now. This is the exact sort of game that Hart needs to, I think, get some confidence going in the series. Because that was a rough first game for him. This game is a Heart type of game, right? Brilliant aggression, great unit control, all the correct decisions of when and where to expand and when to attack. The difference? I mean, maybe. I guess it's just a different way of approaching things. Oh, jeez. Yeah, some bills died on the other side, but losing all the siege there. A big discount? Well, to be fair, it is only a 10% discount in Castle Age these days, but... yeah, that's what I'm saying is... instead of relying on my opponent, who is a top 10 player, making a mistake, I would rather do something active that my Civ does well to try and make a comeback. You know, do something asymmetrical, right? Especially if I am behind. On the face, it might need to be a defensive castle here for Heart, honestly. I mean, this is starting to get some damage done. You still are 50% behind in terms of villagers, but the actual unit movement is good. Or Sebastian. Heart now going to be switching over into some skirmishers, which is totally fine. He already has all the defense upgrades in ballistic, so it's not a hard switch to make. And of course, he's got the food income that he needs to support that, so that's all very good. Well, I mean, Heart's going to have a castle faster. Sebastian even just sold some stone. Heart has 4 relics as well behind this. Close Vill. Well, Heart had way more villagers sooner, right? So the overall villager numbers are heavily in his favor. Yeah, castle coming in. As much as we love Mamelukes, we don't really need to see them right now. It's just all about not immediately dying. Actually, maybe a couple Mamelukes to help snipe Mangonels wouldn't be a bad thing, but... again, anything semi-reasonable will win Heart this game. I think he wants Imperial Age, which is, again, totally fine. That falls in the realm of semi-reasonable. And we're going to have a series on our hands. No sweep in this first set, which is definitely something I think we all want to see after yesterday. Especially because today's probably going to be the best day of games. I think these are probably the highest excitement, closest series, these two today. Because I feel like tomorrow is going to be Hera and Leary slapping whoever wins today around, and then Leary dying in another tragic way in the finals. With it, yeah, I mean, there's tons of different ways you could go about this.
What's that?
Spoilers, yeah. I've been around the block in AoE too. I got these foxes. Well, you should have won. I would feel much worse for Yo if he didn't win a game he shouldn't have against Heart specifically here. I mean, Yo should have lost the game versus Heart and won the game versus Hera. I don't know how much of a difference that would make in terms of standings, but, you know, it is what it is. That's just going to be another one of the many arguments against a time limit. Game Ranger and Biblias, I've played on both of them. I played on the Zone as a kiddo. Grassing? Well, Grass was Tim. That wasn't Yo. Yo isn't toxic. Alright, Sebastian, he is going to tap out, and Heart is going to strike back. Similar numbers of archers made. And yet it was Hart who is victorious. It really came down to the early efficiency, the double ranges. I really like that Hart didn't make any skirmishers early on upon seeing the archer scout from his opponent. Was just able to overwhelm. And then, of course, this significantly faster castlage time just gave him an insurmountable lead. Well done, Hart. And he will be tying up the series. Larry? Oh, absolutely. Well, it was the whole series, right? Because it was the game, the Hun Mirror, when Tim just stonewalled Fast Castle. And then it was the Mediterranean game when everybody was going for Italians and fire ships. And then Tim just walked forward and went and killed him. Anyway, that is the Huns losing to the Saracens. So a good win there for Hart. And that was his home map. And I have a corgi behind me. Why is YouTube chat not shown? Because that's kind of complicated to do. Actually, I don't even know if you can combine Twitch and YouTube chat. I don't know if you're allowed to. Oh boy, Loch Ness is next. Both players have several civs that are very good here. Byzantines, Vikings, Romans, Japanese are all going to be very good. Same for Franks, not Franks, Italians and Dravidians. Keep it separate? Yeah. Well, for me, it's just not really all that worth it for YouTube because there aren't that many YouTube chats to begin with. The Twitch terms of service, that's also true. I actually checked yesterday, and I made almost $3 from my Twitch, from my YouTube streams. 3 didgeridoos. I can buy a bottle of Sprite. Actually, even better, delicious Diet Dr. Pepper. Yeah, not to flaunt my wealth in the face of everybody, but that's me. Not, I meant from YouTube specifically. $100 streaming platforms? Easy. Why content creators or has... No, other content creators make way more on YouTube. You can? Ah. But yeah, thanks, YouTube. Couldn't do it without you guys. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot to give Hart his punto. Well, to be fair, I gave him his crown on the maps and Civ. I just didn't give him the point. DPS is damage per second. Alrighty, guys. Here we go, guys. It is going to be Sebastian in the red as Uncle C-Tom and the Dravidians to the north of Loch Ness. 13 seconds idle time, not how you want to start a game. Hart, meanwhile, going to be the blue Vikings to the south. You can see literally half a Ville behind already is Sebastian. He's also later with his archery range. That's because he's making a dock. Of course, you do start with 200 extra wood as the Dravidians. They are one of the very best civs for Empire Wars in general. As we have our lovely Armenians castle right there. Ruined. Not that good an imp. In general, yes, Dravidians are better than Vikings and imp. But on a map like this, I feel like Vikings can make it work. Well, let's see if it actually denies the dock. Remember, the galleys at least have 3 pierce armor. Oh. Oh, he's trying. He's gonna make like a rodent and go for it. Oh, is he gonna work? Is it gonna work? Oh, well, the build dies, but the dock goes up, so, I mean, Hart can be happy with that. Good attempt from Sebastian, but well done there from Hart. Is the castle... nope, just the one castle, I think, on this particular generation. Yeah, you do want your galleys to be a part of this, though. A little bit of idle time as well. Oh, he's trying to block? Oh, this is weird. The ships should chase the land units, and that's exactly what both are doing, which is definitely correct. And now the fire galley is going to come out here. What? Most of the infantry civs don't have siege ram? What? Lots of infantry civs have siege ram. Infantry civs generally have good siege, too. Alrighty. Gonna be some repairs coming in, but so far, Sebastian taking the better fights. He's also a bit closer to Castle Age, so very strong early game from him. Big difference than the last game, where Hart was doing everything. Yeah, double dock here, and I mean, to be honest, I do think Dravidians are a better civ than Vikings, just because Dravidians are one of, if not the best civ for a map like this because of that extra starting wood. That said, Hart is doing something proactive here, again, what I really like. So the thing with Hulks is that they're really, really bad against galleys if the galleys can scooch around. So and they're really bad in like these mixed naval scenarios because they just die to the galleys. But this is exactly what you're looking for right now as our blue player Hart. Good micro, of course, from Sebastian, but there's only so much you can do. A villager will go down at the very least, although some reinforcing archers are going to help out, and that's a good quick wall. That's a very good quick wall, actually, so minimizing the losses. And once again, we will just see Mr. Sebastian with an advantage. Don't ask me what that accent was. Anyway, that might be another dead Vil. She's trying to run on a tangent. She will escape, but AD looking very good here for Sebastian. New England, I have no idea. I don't know why I do anything. Okay, some repairs there on the dock. Certainly not a bad idea. More fires for now. Of course, Hart could try and go for a switch over into the longboats. Infantry civs without siege ram. To be fair, Malians I don't really count as an infantry civ, and Teutons are only, like, kinda sort of an infantry civ. Teutons are first and foremost a defensive civ more than anything else. Anyway, bow saw it, medium warships on the way. I mean, we don't even get cap rams. Incas do get siege ram. Yeah, Japanese are a cav archer civ, get it right. Anyway, dominant performance here from Sebastian in the Feudal Age. Great job leveraging his civ advantage with the extra starting wood. The wiki is almost certainly lying to you. Incas have had siege rams since a very, very long time ago. They didn't start with it because Incas were awful when they were launched, but they now do. It isn't broken? Why would the other streams be broken? But yes, that's because I'm actually doing my own stream, and I'm not just rebroadcasting the main stream. Yep. Anyway, all those docks are going down. We will have a third TC coming in from Hart. He's getting some more eco upgrades, and he is Vikings. And remember, when in doubt, boom it out. I'm the off-Broadway of AoE casters. Oh, man. Market coming in, so I do think that this is the correct decision from Hart at the moment. That said, his lack of any sort of presence on the water also hi there, Nessie. Are Koreans on this map? They are one of, if not the best civ on this map. But Koreans were almost certainly banned. They sure were. Oh, thank you for the donation. $50? Oh my goodness, Tripath. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're enjoying RedBull Wololo. Maybe Hart could try and snag some side relics, but... Okay, yeah, he's got a monastery incoming. Over his map. Yeah. Yeah, all the extra mineral resources are covered by the water. How many Dr. Peppers is that? I actually don't even drink Dr. Pepper unless it's like a special occasion. The only soda I drink sometimes is ginger ale. Buy pork belly. I do love my pork belly. I just get it as samgyeopsal from H Mart. What's the point of this map? To win water? Well, actually, I'm making banh mi for my family for dinner tonight. Is it playable with no water control? Think of it like Mediterranean or Baltic. Can you win without any water control? Yes. Is it very likely? No. Oh yeah, but we also got eggs to decorate maybe if we have time. Yeah, I mean, Hart had to go really risky to try and come back in this game because he lost water, so he added the TCs and got his eco upgrades, which I do like. But this is just kind of a win water, win the game map. But I mean, you could say that I liked Sebastian's approach more, which I did. But I also think that's something that he gets with his civilization that is just not the case for his opponent. That said, in terms of draft priority, Dravidians were pick 3 versus Vikings pick 4, so it's not like it's a draft win or anything like that. What? Seb is literally manganelling the TC. Design is this. Well, Vikings are now a top-tier water civ for sure. They are way better than they used to be when they didn't have fire ships. But it's Empire Wars, and Dravidians are even better on Empire Wars. Yeah, no, for team games alone, they need to keep that at 15%. Yeah, but remember, we're playing a version of AoE 2 that is not applicable to all of you guys. Unless you guys are all grinding the Empire Wars ladder without me noticing, it's just not something that we really see all that often. Is gonna get the conversion. Yeah, Mangonels are gonna need to scooch back to the Navy. Decent attack round attempts. The Villager is still alive. Okay, nice single snipe there on the Mangonel, but... Yep. Berserker versus Legionaries, except for the fact that we were reminded how silly Romans were with that game. Anyway, Sebastian's coming in with some Ellie Archers. We're certainly seeing more of those guys these days. Both players on 3 TCs. Hart is ahead in Villagers, and Hart will be able to click up to Imp soon. So, like I said, I think he's, in general, not with the worst idea to make a comeback happen. I just don't know if he can realistically do it. Well, it's like me with my 100% deathmatch ladder win rate team game, because I played one team game of deathmatch with Debbie a long time ago. Oh, I forgot to change the waiting room part of the title. Debbie always carries me hard, man. Ooh, unfortunate there for Hart. I mean, he is up. And if you can boom into defensive skirmishers... What's Hart gonna make an image? He's gonna make skirmishers, man. The unit. The single unit you ever need in Age of Empires. Oh, you're gonna force a deletion? Nice save from both players. Devotion's about to be in. He still needs skirm upgrades, though. The North player? I really hadn't noticed, to be honest. Anyway, now with Devotion coming in, I'm sure Sebastian's feeling much more confident in trying to make these fights happen. Those monks are going to die a very sad death. That TC is going to go down, and... I mean, the score is not lying here, guys. The person behind teching into skirmishers, I was being sarcastic. I don't actually think skirmishers will win him the game whatsoever. Now, one of the exceptions to that rule is if you are faster up to the next stage. Then skirmishers can win you the game. Also, Heart's ahead in eco. When I say the person who is behind, it's usually the person who's behind in eco making skirmishers, which never feels like a winning play. So this at least has some potential. Good snipe there. It's still 42-9 Army. But yeah, you are going to want to click up to Imp at this point as Sebastian. First, you gotta love all the healing there. Long ago. Welcome to Loch Ness. Like, I don't want to say it's a Civ win. That said, for a Civ that is in general as good as Vikings is, because Vikings themselves are a top-tier Empire Wars Civ, I don't really know what you're supposed to do against what Sebastian opened with. Because he got to go for land and water at the same time. And I do think Hart made some very good decisions to try and maximize his potential of a comeback. Oh yeah, I mean, the Elephant Archers are whimsical in nature. Would like to see more mangoes, though. Yeah, the healing of the Ellies is also very good. Like, this isn't a bad game, even if it isn't... It's no game one, but it's still not a bad game. Although I would like to point out the map that has given us the best games so far has been the land map. That has been semi-open, with a long rush distance and no rocky terrain. Just throwing that out there, guys. Just gently lobbing that factoid. Yeah, you don't want to lose all your Ellie archers here. The skirms aren't going to be great at pushing the ships, although they're not that bad. Ballistics, he might, in which case that would certainly be a big mistake from him. So he's just getting eco upgrades at the moment. Again, full credit here to Hart for trying to make this work. Just Romans have Legionary? I am not in favor of redesigning a classic AoE Civ like Vikings based off of frickin' Romans. Alright. Sebastian had his fun with Ellie Archers. Now it's time to maximize the almighty Skirmisher. Nice long games. It had one game that was long. I wouldn't say it's nice. Yeah, your Ellie Archers aren't doing anything here. Well, I honestly think Vikings are going to get reworked very soon anyway, because of the very likely upcoming Vikings DLC. Yeah, finally AoE as the Lord Doubt intended. Skirm v Skirm. No, you can't say this is an efficient stone mining off. So likely, so when they did a Nordic DLC, well, I think what's very likely going to be the case is that Vikings are reworked into Norse, and then they add Swedes and Danes. Again, I have no idea what would make those civs different whatsoever. Infantry is in a good spot. Infantry is in a better spot than it was, although it's still not in an amazing spot. Yeah, it was the flags. We need more civs? Well, the general idea is that we want them to keep Age of Empires running, and to do that, they have decided that they cannot financially sustain Age of Empires without adding more civs. Shipwright coming in. Yeah, Hart taps out. I mean, again, a valiant effort from Hart, but Sebastian, better civ, better build. Very straightforward. And Sebastian is up 2-1. And if Sebastian gets top 4 in TTL and top 4 in RedBull, I would really start to think of Sebastian breaking into that top, like, my personal, like, top 5-6 range. Then I start putting him up there with, like, in my mind, ACCM right now. Although ACCM never does well at lands, but that's kind of its own issue. Because to me, it's just not the whole body of work, so to say, with Sebastian's results. That was actually Hart's home map. But yeah, let me show you guys the, not proof, but the very, very straightforward hint that we're getting a Viking DLC next. Stronger than Hart? I would say that they're in general pretty similar, which is why we have this set. The Greenland Civ. Guys, this is the blog post for the release of the DLC. Last Chieftains. This was their hey, regional flags on top of buildings and ships, and waypoint and gather flags. These are the flags they have on top of buildings. There's one for every architecture set plus one, and this is the plus one. It's literally the Viking emblem. It's the Raven of Odin. All of these other ones belong to all of the existing architecture sets. It's not very subtle, guys. Potential Asian one, yeah. These are the ones they have for every civ. Why do we need this? I don't know. Architecture is Teutons? Well, I mean, they only had the one architecture set for all of Central and Eastern Europe back then. Oh my goodness, guys. Look who has such a difficult life. An umbrella? It's the Tupi. Alrighty, guys, it is Dorothy Quarry time. All right, Hart gonna be the blue totters to the west. We've seen how powerful they've been on this map. I mean, to be fair, like, this is literally like a map perfectly designed for Tatars. That's it. Sebastian's gonna be the red Malians here to the southeast, which is very interesting to me. That is a very weird villager. and paid a total of $30. I don't know what the correct bean counter way to monetize AoE is. Some Danelaw campaigns? Oh, certainly. Anyway, nice high ground hit there from Hart. But yeah, like, Malians are fine. They're a civ that is just fine. They're balanced. Like, they're an okay civ. Oh my goodness. Oh geez, Sebastian, you done goofed. Pay to win civs? I don't know. After the chompy nerfs, none of the civs feel like they're all that amazing. All right. Got several scouts here. Hart switching over to archers. Fletching is coming in. Still, you're open at the front here, and we've seen just like how many times have people basically gotten wrecked because they haven't completely walled the entrance to their base. Remember, we also have Tadar high ground here, which does impact versus buildings. It actually also impacts buildings. If you didn't know, like, castles on high ground actually get even more damage as Tadars. A lot of people here marking to, and the design space of team games is very small. I think that their solutions are very short run, and I have a very, very, very strong suspicion that World's Edge has no long-term plan whatsoever, and they keep changing their mind constantly. Anyway, both players will likely get similar castle age times. Nothing terribly exciting's happened. I guess the starting scout cavalry died of Sebastian, but that's really it. Until 5 comes out. Are they working on an AoE 5? I have no idea. Also, I doubt AoE 5 would change much with AoE 2. AoE 4 didn't. I have seen no reason why an AoE 5 would. Especially if they don't do the medieval era, which they would be ridiculous to do medieval era again. Increases. I mean, I also think that we're getting to the point when there are so many civs that it's really difficult for players to sort of wrap their heads around what they all do. I have a really hard time playing Overwatch with my friends because they introduce so many heroes. Because, like, I stopped playing after Overwatch 2 came out and just started playing with my friends again. It's like all these heroes that I have no idea what they do. And I just, like, die to them. It's like, well, I had no idea what that hero did. But, like, I just don't know why they would... Like, why remake AoE 2 when you can just use AoE 2? Like, AoE 2 is so much cheaper to make. Like, the amount of investment into any AoE 2 expansion is so much lower than they do in AoE 4, and I'm sure the return is basically just as good. Alright, University coming in. Bodkin. Crossbowman upgrade is certainly something you're going to need. Oh, it's queued up after 3 archers. This is, again, a kind of a Sebastian issue, to be honest. Okay, there you go. Cancels it. He's got a Hulk on the way. 2 to 3 fishing ships. 50 civs. Again, I understand that. Well, archers are going to go down, but you're making the switch into cav archers as heart, so that's honestly fine. No ballistics yet. Beloved AoE mobile. Work with oysters? It does work with oysters, yes. It even works with foxes. AoE 3, I think they realized that it's way easier to make an RTS with the AoE 2 timeline. And I think that what we have realized when they try to do AoE 3 stuff is that the closer we get to reality, the larger the political minefield becomes of representation of different peoples in a video game. I think it's actually it becomes a very big issue, and enough to scare away people from trying to represent modern civs. Anything closer to modernity. Anyway, first 2 villager kills of the game. Ballistics is honestly kind of late for Sebastian relative to how early he got the university. But we're at 14 crossbowmen to 10 cav archers, and this just doesn't really feel all that great. It really doesn't. It's a bit different these days? Yeah, it's... I actually think that AoE 5 would probably be ancient... much more likely to be ancient era, like AoE 1. Because it seems like they really love doing ancient era stuff. With, like, Chronicles and all that. It's a sensitive topic. Like, you get to colonialism and stuff like that, and oh my goodness, it's such a minefield. Anyway, this game feels kind of over. Siege Workshop coming in defensively. You're at 5 villager kills. You even have fishing ships versus not fishing ships. That's a thing that's happening, and I don't know. No, Gebetto is not good versus CA. Malians want camels versus CA. Yeah, I really don't get Malians here, to be honest. I mean, great micro, of course, from Heart, but Heart is doing literally the most obvious possible thing here. And you could argue Heart's done the most obvious possible thing in every single game so far. But the game plan looked a lot better in game number 1 and in the last game for Sebastian than it did here. I mean, Sebastian had a big civ advantage in the last game, but... What's the... Okay. 5th pick Malians? What? Why were Malians picked that high? Okay, that was so weird. Like, Sebastian never had a chance this game. Like, he could never take good fights against Heart. $100? Oh, okay. Why is everyone playing AoE 2 now? Kind of hard. I mean, yeah, like, this is a map that is as designed for Tatars as humanly possible. Still, Hart has used all but his top pick Byzantines from his top 5, whereas you still have 4 of your top 6 versus 2 of your top 6. Tied? No, he's just a sleepy boy. Qualifier for the semis? Quite possibly. Oh, that was also Heart's home map. So we literally have all 3 of Sebastian's home maps left. A dog sleep? Mostly just dash. Does he snore? Sometimes, yeah. He snores pretty loudly. We only see Franks for 1 map. We only see them for the map with the gajillion forage bushes. I mean, how else would he not be able to have the energy to bark at me whenever I move? We don't know what the next map is. Yeah, so now we have all 3 of Sebastian's home maps left. I mean, it's hard to say without asking him. I mean, the fact that he's 2-2 right now and only has his home maps left has to feel pretty good for him, even though he just got wrecked. Ugh. All right, looks like Blue Wells is next. All right, I'm back. We will never get Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds because the empty legal void that is Disney. And don't worry, we haven't missed anything. All right, Sebastian gonna be in the red as the Italians to the east. Hart, the blue Japanese to the west. Probably the 2 best civs for this map. And neither are our opening men-at-arms. Metal from it? Exactly. It says a lot that you literally can't even monetize content for those games. Like, otherwise I would have done Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds or Battle for Middle-earth stuff, but I'm not going to make content that I can't monetize. Oh, maybe. Actually, does EA did it lose its license for LOTR? No, Disney didn't buy LOTR. Oh, jeez, that would be awful. I'm so greedy. Yes, I need to make a living. That makes me greedy. All right. 6 fishing ships with 1 more on the way. My millions? I mean, did you guys see those $3 I talked about? Hey, man. I live with my parents, and between insurance costs and student loan costs, I still have, like, just on recurring bills of, you know, non-disposable income stuff, I still pay, like, $600 a month. Your rights to LOTR, there you go. Right to publish, but well, isn't that delightful? Up. Of Zelda, I do love me some Zelda games. Which is funny, because I didn't really play them that much as a kid, but I absolutely adore them as an adult. Market coming in. Count my blessings. It could always be worse. It could always be much worse. Anyway, nothing too crazy happening so far. Hart has a lot of bills on gold, actually. What the heck? I mean, he can probably buy his way up pretty soon. Only has 1 fishing ship on the outside. Actually, it does each player. Wait, he didn't finish the market. What's Hart doing? Well, I mean, I guess the uptimes are going to be very similar. Okay, well, that is kind of awkward. Yeah, Hart does look quite stressed. Which is surprising, because he played this in general very well versus Hera. Wait, Hart, that's basically it. Yes, the whales are a gold source. They're like oysters, but they gather slightly faster. And are further away from the docks. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't, you know, vent about my financial issues because I think I'm the only one. I do it because I know many of you can relate to them. Yeah, good. Well, I mean, we say it's a good trap. Whales going there. I talked about this with T-West. What they do is that they're actually grottos that run underneath the entire map that the whales just swim under. Yeah, it was like, good for Hart. Nope, good for Sebastian. So just great unit control there. Yeah, I mean, it's... Both players have something to be happy/unhappy about with that engagement. Well, I mean, I think the reason that you don't give the Hobbit or any LOTR rights to Disney is because there's already such a perfect animated adaptation of The Lord of the Rings that it's just you can't really do it any better. Community Iran? I don't know. And if you don't know, the LOTR, all I need to do is type where there's I mean, it's perfect. I mean, it's just perfect. By the way, Sebastian's still wrecking Heart right now. Oysters have 450, the whales have 1,000. Oh yeah. Ladder maps? Oh, really? Why? All right, TC number 2 coming in here from Hart. He's trying to expand his eco. The res collected are still similar. He does actually have slightly more in terms of fishing ships. But, yeah, this is just kind of an issue, is that Sebastian has the better army, and he's been taking the good fights this whole time. Now, oh, beautiful shot there from Hart. That's the sort of thing he needs. Well, okay, maybe not that. The issue is that you can't go skirms here because you have no food income. And I don't know if you can ever get enough CA. I mean, good micro there from both players. No ballistics for either. No Bosal rather for either. Or CA gonna try and come in for a counterattack. This is the exact sort of thing that Hart needs. This is an overchop, obviously. Alright, this is exactly what Hart needs, guys. 1,000%. Yeah, that's not gonna do you any good there, Mr. Sebastian. However, what I would love to see from Sebastian, I think this is what he's doing. Go for the dock. What on earth are you going to do if you can't gather from the fish here? You have no presence to the south. Okay, that TC will likely be enough. Might lose one more Vil, but yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, this is such a disaster for Hart. He won't have any gold income. He's out of gold over there. This gold he obviously can't take. Even that's going to get denied. Don't mangonel your own dudes. There you go. Well, the first one was really good. But yeah, all these other games have been very one-sided. To be honest, I think the maps have a lot to do with it. I don't think we've really been watching the best maps in terms of compelling gameplay. Uncompetitive games? Yep, which happens, honestly, pretty often. More than you'd think. Still, Hart's not dead yet, and the villager numbers are the same. Love the dock coming in, though. I mean, both players are correct to go for the dock right there, but... Oh, that should be not a kill, actually. 1 for 1. Oh. Oh, he does get the kill there. I don't think he ever got medium warships. Oh, actually, he did. Ooh. Ballistics coming in, of course. If we watched actual gameplay on the maps and not the maps themselves, what do you mean? Trying to go for some more hulks here to the side. The eco KD is even, the resources are even. The issue comes from map control, is that... Well, okay, Sebastian does actually need to make something here. Up until right now, there was no gold income at all from Hart. Outside water control doesn't win. It's kind of interesting because you'd think that it's all about the pawns here. But the issue is that it's so hard to get your food income going on this map that you kind of need the outside fishing for the most part. Oh, hold on. The corgi's scratching. Why no ballistics for Hart is because he hasn't been able to afford it. His eco's been hit pretty hard. Okay, this is good from Hart. This is the sort of thing he needs, although I wish this was a fire ship instead of a Hulk. More range is coming in, but that gold income is just such a nightmare for Hart. Fourth TC coming up to the north, but again, the food income is really rough for everybody. Hart's trying to farm as best he can. Bowsaw coming in for him. Eco upgrades are better for Sebastian overall, and he's got the middle too. Oh! I hope you enjoyed that commentary. That's the sort of commentary and analysis you just can't get on the official stream. Cav Archers trying to scooch around here as best they can, but the numbers have always been kept pretty low. These fishing ships are kept idle. I mean, Hart's going to try and go to the south here, and honestly, Sebastian does need to be aware of that, because the route to victory in this game is much more likely going to be trying to control the gold than it is just to, like, purely outboom your opponent, although that seems to kind of be the case. Peace Prize Canada. Oh, jeez. Or Hulk and a fire ship. But yes, the sneak dock is very good from Hart, for sure. And the Hulks are going to get some damage done here. Oh, needs to turn and shoot. He does not. Bloodline's coming in too. I guess that's not really that big of a deal for Sebastian. But yeah, like, where is the gold, man? It says he has 15 vills on gold. Oh, okay, no, he's still able to strip mine here at the front. Okay, that's huge. It keeps him alive at least a little bit longer. Similar commentary? Yeah, but when I do it, it's charming. Kappa! Well, Seb is Italians. Castle here at the front also going to be very good, and yes, Genoese crossbowmen are certainly quite useful in this situation. Ooh, pay attention, pay attention! Multitasking's been a bit better for Hart, to be honest. And Hart is doing his best to keep himself in this one, but this kind of feels like game number 3 on Loch Ness, where it kind of feels like Sebastian has such a huge lead that despite Hart's best efforts, Sebastian isn't going to give up the fort, so to say. Oh, no. That tower also isn't happening. These fishing ships are back to being under heavy threat. Oh, my goodness. Water is going to be one here as well for Sebastian, so this is a very, very good last 30 seconds for him. Yeah, you have these 5 CA alive, which are certainly not a bad thing, but yeah. More dancing. Good micro. Repairs are certainly going to be helpful. Hart might try and go for a castle here in the middle, or, okay, maybe a tower into a castle or something. Eco balance is also very poor for Sebastian. Oh, good fight there for Hart. I mean, now things are swinging right back in his favor. He still has just a little bit more gold income, and he's whaling to the south, which is super important. Well, Hart doesn't have much food income. Neither player does. Much, much easier to make wood and gold units in this situation. Does he have imp queued up or something? Sebastian just spent a ton of resources. I'm not sure on what entirely. Yeah, KD is looking good here for Hart. Thumbring coming in too. Japanese CA get +2 attack versus non-skirmisher foot archers from others. All non-skirmisher foot archers. Or just, actually, archers in general. What game now? We're still very far away from that. +2 defense now coming in. This is looking better and better for Hart, guys. 20 kills on those Cav archers. I mean, it really does feel like a multitasking battle that Hart is winning at the moment. Even though their APM is the same, feels like the actual just clicking in all the different places at once is going to be better for Hart. That said, gold is going to be a huge issue in, like, right now. It includes any sort of economic unit. 21 kills on those 3 Cav archers. And guys, Hart is now officially out of gold other than 3 fishing ships. Yeah, but Sebastian's making skirmishers. And Sebastian theoretically can just throw a bunch of ills over there. Another TC? I don't know about that. 18 on gold. Oh, I guess you could long distance oyster, but it's not great. What is Sebastian doing? I don't know why he's not putting a few more vills on gold in the middle. But if Hart can get to imp faster, which he should have a very hard time doing. I mean, both players are really struggling at this point. Oh, they're both trying. They are both trying right now. Sebastian sells some food, and there you go. He clicks up. Hart's going to click up just behind. Still, Hart going to really struggle for gold income. This technically is gold income, but it's very, very bad. Hart grabbed handcart, though, which is really important. Oh, Sebastian needs to pay better attention. Oh, my goodness. That's, like, not the first time a bunch of Cav archers have run under a TC. But, also, those CA are very difficult to replace. Other TC there. More skirms coming out here for Sebastian. Yasuma, he has a tower. The set and the bounce, you could really see that being the case. Okay, he's got now 4 fishing ships, 5 fishing ships even over there. And I really wish Sebastian did a bit of a better job of recognizing that fact. Fishing lines coming in. If you look at res collected, Hart is ahead in gold. See the castle? No. Population slightly turning back in favor of Sebastian. Some samurai are on the way, but they don't really have any upgrades. No relics in for either player. You have some stone walls coming in on the side even. Actually more samurai upgrades. And like I said, going to be basically in at the same time for both players. Alright, this has definitely become a bit of a game. Chemistry's the first thing for Sebastian. Bracer for Hart. Those units aren't going to do a whole lot at the moment. There's Bracer for Sebastian. Hart himself has a couple of ships, and those Yasuma towers, as they get further upgrades, are going to be very, very good. Hart's back to enough gold income. Sebastian should be back to enough gold income, and he should be able to make more fishing ships there. Yeah, Hart definitely feels like he has a bit more of a diverse tech tree. Heavy Warships was queued and then canceled for Hart. Okay, maybe just wanted to change the dock it was at. Yes, I do think the center control is marginally better. The CA numbers are only at 10 and kind of dropping, to be honest. Chipwright even coming in for Sebastian, so he's really interested in playing a water game. Cannon Galleons are also on the way here, guys. I don't know. And which player between these two do you trust more in a post-imp game? I feel like it's very even. Krebs are coming out here, though. That dock has gone down. Oh, look at that. Cannon Galleon's gonna go down here. That dock on 17 HP. That is so huge. Kata Baruto also coming in. Tower there getting some more value. Sebastian has more military, but, like, where is it? Cannon Galleon's coming in over there. Castle up there to the side. I don't think the Cannon Galleon's going to reach that. And you don't even have enough... Oh, never mind, it does. Yeah, you can't even repair that. It's going to be a huge, huge win. Castle goes down. You have Guard Tower coming in. There is still more gold here to take, though. Not that much, but a little bit more gold. All those units are going to go down, and Hart's creeping closer and closer to 200 population. Hart has his gold income. Oh, that trap shot I think hits. Just kidding, it doesn't. Yeah, no elite cannon galleons, honestly, pretty rough right now. You have some hand cannoneers on the way, but they're going to be running into skirmishers. Double siege workshop coming in. Tower over here to the east. And right now, it feels like Hart does have the better macro. Ring Archer armor is big, of course. Not in yet for Hart. That's going to be one he's going to want to pick up. Res destroyed still nicely in favor of blue. Still, in theory, res control should be better for Sebastian. We're still a good long ways off from the time limit as well. Deep is on its way, but still no heavy warships is pretty strange. But obviously there's a ton that's happening. Sebastian also picked up 4 relics throughout all the hullabaloo. More cannon galleonery. And there's ECG coming in. More towers on the side. Oh no, architecture gets canceled. Okay, now that set of towers are in trouble. Couple bombards are out as well. Feels like it's going to be very difficult to sustain this for either player, but it just feels like Hart takes such consistently better fights. And Treb's doing a great job of leveling all of this production here. Populations are still very similar, though. Like, Hart still has plenty of gold to keep him going for quite a while. Sebastian has so many units queued up at very few archery ranges. How are all those shots missing? I have no idea. Yeah, that's not going to do you any good. Wow. I actually think it's the other way around. I think Hart's winning these fights, but but he doesn't have the long-term strategic goal. But it doesn't really matter because he's winning all the fights. HCA is in. Full upgrades on these bad boys. I don't think you're going to switch over very effectively here as Sebastian, and it just feels like he's running out of steam. Feels like Hart also has way more stone. It's actually pretty similar. What matters? Not for a good long time. Feels like Hart's really opened this one up. I just don't think Sebastian quite has the mechanics that Hart does. Bit of a better fight for Sebastian. He still has a couple cannons alive. But those Yasuma keeps are, of course, no joke. Oh my goodness, guys, look at this. How is he missing every shot? Hussar? Yeah, this is just a regular old land push with, you know, light cav, heavy cav archer. And $1 short? Yeah. Good push here from Hart, though. For sure. I think he did a really good job of dodging all the skirmisher projectiles so he could get all the siege snipes. Like, if I tried to do what Hart did, I just lose all of my units to the skirmishers. Oh, all the relics are about to get ejected. I guess that doesn't really matter. Gold is the resource you have a lot of. But it just feels very consistently like Red is not able to take good enough fights here. Hart also did a way better job of fleshing out his tech tree. I guess he's only ahead by 5 techs, but it feels like a lot more. Anyway, this is going to be all over here as Hart's going to be 1 game away from the semifinals. With no gold, he had gold. He secured this pond. So he had 2 of these pawns to 1 over here, and this one isn't even being used anymore. And there's the GG called. Hart, 2 in a row, 1 game away from the semifinals. Sebastian just could not take good fights, and he simply could not compete with the macro of his opponent. The Corgi has left. Imp sooner? I think so. Oh my goodness, that was the last pick versus the second pick. How on earth do you get Japanese as the last pick when you have, like, one of the best maps for Japanese in the pool? Not that Italians are bad, but it's just like, wow. Still, we have 2 land maps left. And we've been seeing mostly water maps so far. Well, it feels like he spent all of his stone on castles that didn't accomplish anything. But yeah, it did feel like Sebastian had a big lead and just could not quite capitalize on it before the macro really took off for Hart. Cannon Galleons also didn't really do anything. And Hart just pushed from the angle where there wasn't any stuff. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Malian's lost. So we should be 5 total. Yep. Side with the Navy. Yeah, he didn't really do a whole lot with the outside. Back onto the pond. I agree. All right, Henge Hold is next. Sebastian almost certainly go with his number 1 Civ pick here. Franks, what is the plan for Hart? He should know exactly what his opponent is doing. Is he going to go for his own number 1 pick Byzantines? Will he go for Romans? Will he go for Hindustanis? I mean, Byzantines are going to work on both of the remaining maps. Probably going to be Ethiopians for Stonefront. I'm not exactly sure where any of these 3 civs go, so to say. But yeah, that was a huge draft win. Stonefront, it's totally possible. Ketons, I think, are just weaker than the other options that Sebastian has here. All right, let's go. Let's go, go, go! That game really felt like it tipped the scales so heavily in favor of Hart now. I knew it was a super close last game, right? But it feels like it's going to be very tough for Sebastian to win 2 in a row here. But let's see. He's going to rock his number 1 Civ, and I guess his number 2 map. And we'll have to see. It is going to be the Frankers here to the northwest of Henge Hold, and to the east, in the blue as the Romans, it will be Hart. 1 game away from the semifinals, facing somebody, I don't really know. One of Hera or Leary. Doesn't really matter. So let's see here, guys. Whoa! What? Men-at-Arms from Franks? Huh? Hart going double range again. I don't know. I really don't like this. Maybe he's worried about his opponent's men-at-arms, and he thinks he needs to go for his own men-at-arms to keep up with that, but this feels like it's awful for Sebastian. Like, unless the quick balls... Okay, the quick balls aren't in time. We'll probably get at least a Vil. Okay, great micro so far for Sebastian. So Hart was caught off guard with this. I thought he saw it was coming because he kind of sent his archers in the right direction, but not quite. Fletching's in, though. But yeah, I mean, Hart is stuck at home when he doesn't want to be stuck at home. Oh, nice job trying to intercept the reinforcing skirmisher. Gets a bunch of damage on that. Padded archer armor coming in. Scout will fall. So far, good fights, sort of, here for Sebastian. Well, yeah, it's a super heavy early pressure build. Yeah, bring those bills away. And the thing is, Hart's already getting walled up. Oh, Scout somehow doesn't take a ton of damage. But unlike the second game on Vulpine, this time we have skirmishers. So now Hart's going to need to go for his own skirmishers, and that's going to slow down the game a little bit. Hart also doesn't have +1 defense, so this should be a very good fight for Red. Oh my goodness. It's literally perfect micro. Still. Alright, now the scooters are coming in for both players. And you're just avoiding the fight. And you're getting to both scouts and archers here as Hart. Four scouts queued up from Sebastian. Oh my goodness, come on, man. Okay, yeah, that second stable needs to be in, and it needs to do a lot. Because Hart's about to click to Castle Age. Oh my goodness. Oh, this could book his ticket here to the semifinals, guys. Second stable coming in. He's slightly ahead in resources. Resources destroyed is the same, but of course he has only been making gold units. So even though he's behind in food collected, he just hasn't really been spending it. Archers are a little forward, though. Sebastian doesn't give a floof, man. He is just charging in to take down the archers. And he's kind of seeing some success with it, but this just doesn't feel like enough. Like, what are you supposed to do here as Sebastian? He's not walled at all. Okay, maybe just rush up the market. He is sending one more Vil over, but this is so rough for him. Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. I didn't realize just how many scouts he had queued up. Okay, so he's on his way up, but a lot slower, and I think the real issue is that he's not walled. I don't really see how you win this without being walled. Like, isn't Hart just going to get Castle Age, make 2 knights, and get crossbow bodkin, and then walk across the map? I honestly don't really see how this goes any other way. No +1 defense for the Cav. Okay, there's stable number 3, but you don't have time for that. You're not going to be able to keep your opponent at home. Try and take the fight here. Now, this is the thing. There is this very small timing window where Sebastian can make something happen against those archers, and that's exactly what he's attempting to do, at least. Good movement, though, from Hart. This is as good as Sebastian could hope for. I don't know if it's good enough. And Hart doesn't cancel those upgrades. I thought he might. Okay, that was as good as you could hope for right there as Sebastian. I want to see a Game 7, man. We had 2 very good games this series. And it's been very close at the very least. Oh, he's actually queuing up more archers. Well, yeah, there you go. Look at all those pills queued up, man. Cancel them. You need knights. You need +2 defense. You don't have much time. Monastery's already out here for Heart 2. Remember, all the relics are in the middle of this map. Osa, Monastery coming in. Now you have 8 knights can do +2 defense. Now, the knight upgrades are better here. Bloodlines and +1/+1 versus just +1 defense. And that's because Hart obviously spent a ton of resources on archer upgrades. Whereas you just have these 5 skirmishers here, which are doing a great job of dive bombing the archers. E-skirm coming in, too. I guess it will help versus monks, and that's certainly not a bad thing in this situation, but the second TC is going to be very helpful here for Hart. That said, eco upgrades are heavily in favor of Sebastian. Hart is actually starting to farm. Sebastian just starting to do so as well. Husbandry, Bodkin. Oh. Units are starting to get low. Still, very low upgrades here on the Knights of Heart. It's really about the crossbowmen right now. That's the unit he's really making a ton of. Oh, nice snipe right there. And Hart is going to not get the conversion. Both players sniping the monks very effectively. And now, more Knight Crossbowmen queued up for Hart, whereas it's Knight Skirmisher for Sebastian. Hart's on the second TC, but only 12 vills on food. No relics in yet for either player. Neither player's really been able to, although Hart's going to grab the first one. Actually, aren't these relics really in favor of Hart? He has 4 on his side of the map and only 1 on Sebastian's. And a lame. Bloodline's just now coming in. Sebastian has a big score lead. I really don't know why. Chain barding armor is, of course, going to be a huge one. 1 relic in. Just a nice little touch there for Hart. Archers, well, I mean, Romans only have 1 Civ bonus, and that's the eco boost. Everyone, I would tend to agree with that. Unless you get some huge critical conversions, which is also totally possible. Although that's in theory where the skirms come in. And here we go, guys. The monks are a bit out of position. Do you commit to this, though, as Sebastian? Super important fight. All right, guys. I mean, this is just all unit control. That said, the defender is going to have a big advantage. You don't really have the ability to force an engagement well as either player. So let's see how this one goes. The monks just going to be shooting and scooting. But the crossbowmen, guys, right now, the knights don't matter for either player. It's the fact that you have the crossbowmen that can snipe the monks and the skirmishers can snipe the monks, but there are obviously way more crossbowmen. But there is a conversion. Is this going to be enough? That monk goes down. Is this exactly the moment that Sebastian needs? Huge fight is unfolding. Remember, the upgrades are a lot better on the knights here of our red player. Is it enough, though? Remember, the knights do need to focus down the crossbowmen because they are the significant source of DPS, but I actually do think it is enough, and this is the fight that Sebastian needs if he wants to keep this tournament hope alive. Oh my goodness. And again, upgrades, 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 guys. That is huge, huge, huge. Hart has a 10 villager lead, but he is behind in army. And this is going to be very tricky for him. Those vills are under serious threat. Sebastian doesn't want to overextend, which you don't want to do for sure. But he still needs to make something happen. He is going to add a second TC to the side, but Hart already has one, although I don't... Oh, Sebastian doesn't even know about that. Okay, yeah, then that would probably cause him to want to engage even more there. But that was a very tough fight for both players to micro, and Sebastian barely able to get the better end of it. There is a monk coming out. 2 of those knights are basically at 1 HP anyway. Lots of Wololoing. Gold runs out? It's not going to last much longer. That knight's going to need to be deleted. I was going to say, if that didn't get a conversion, I would be so salty there for Sebastian. All right, guys, here we go. I don't think Hart can hold this. Sebastian doesn't think Hart can hold this. Knights are going to be charging on in. He's also going to add a third TC. He's going to come in with some big economic damage. He has the forging attack upgrade, and I mean, this just goes to show that knight upgrades do matter in Knight v Knight, man. And I think that the more concentrated effort in going for those Frank units really did help out a lot. Even if Hart cleans this up in the short run, he is taking a ton of damage. Nice job of Hart. He literally switched his conversion over to the high HP knight. That is some really good recognition. Another monk going to go down, though. There are now 0 monks. Sebastian, yeah, he's got 4 relics, too, on top of this. Villager count has been basically equalized. Oh, yeah, I mean, these are 2 very, very good players. In my mind, we still have the top 4, which is Hera, then Leary, then Viper and Yo are probably, you know, bouncing around between that. And then I think ACCM, Sebastian, and Hart round out the top 7. And then I think there's going to be another dip after that, in my humble opinion. Barracks coming in. He's going to try and make a switch into Pikeman, but this feels like it is simply too late. Oh, Vinchester. Yeah, sorry. Vinchester's also in that ballpark. Top 8. Gotten wrecked. ACCM has this thing where he never does well in lands, but he does very well in online tournaments. So really, it's just the players in this tournament, and then I would swap out Viper for... or MBL for Vinchester. He's a cheater? Definitely. We know he's toxic. Being a cheater is only one step away from being toxic. Anyway, gold should be out here at this point for Hart. I mean, yeah, he's kind of going pikeman, but it isn't great. Sebastian's... they're not doing anything. Sebastian was also able to get Sanctity. He's absconding with his opponent's relic. In his body? Absolutely. Loss? It absolutely was. Functioning eco? Yep. But again, if there's any game he's going to win, it's his #1 Civ and map pick, right? Last game will still be on his home map, but it will be on Hart's #1 Civ pick, which is Byzantines. Versus probably Ethiopians. Pikeman upgrade isn't even in yet. Neither is chainmail armor. And there we go, guys. We are going to a Game 7. I predicted 4-3 Hart, personally. 10% more efficient in eco there for Sebastian. I mean, honestly, that was a pretty solid aggressive game. Yeah, well played. That was a perfectly fine aggressive game of AoE 2 right there. And of course, it is always going to be exciting to go to the decider. Will Sebastian make his second top 4 in a row? Will Hart be the one to make it instead? Remember though, guys, it's going to be Byzantines. I mean, I guess it could be Khitans. I also think Byzantines would be better than Ethiopians. Words are pretty lousy. Oh boy! What's interesting is that now RedBull has more viewers than T90. I guess left over from the earlier sets. And Viper has more viewers than Hera, for some reason. Who knows? I'm ready for some Byzantines gameplay. Ethiopians? I mean, Ketons can kind of keep pace with Byzantines in terms of trash unit production, right? Because Ketons have the better income and they have the faster producing trash units, so that kind of evens out to the discount. Your Ethiopians really have the best ability to put pressure against a Civ that's just going to go defensive skirmishers every single time. Maybe feels like it might be. And honestly, Ketons are pretty fun these days. I don't think they're super broken anymore. That's a lot. They're like showing the crowd right now, and that's a lot of nerdy looking white dudes. The venue seems very nice, though. But that's if it goes late, though. All right, guys, here we are. Your big nose, he does. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. It is going to be Hart in the blue as the Byzantines to the north. His #1 Civ pick. That said, this is his home map. It's going to be Sebastian in the red as the Ketons to the southeast. Everything is on the line. Winner moves on to face Leary. Loser is not actually going home yet, but is metaphorically going home. And it is going to be a skirm opening for Sebastian and an archer opening for Hart. Now, Hart has gone for archer openings in most games thus far. Did Sebastian miss the range? No, he didn't. Okay. What he did miss was what was being produced from said range. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's kind of why I liked Ketons more. And oh, going the sheeper there. That's why I said I like Ketons more versus Byzantines than Ethiopians, because Ketons can keep up with trash production. Archers don't have fletching yet, but the scout coming back does mean that you kind of have to skedaddle. Domestication coming into second range. I mean, this is what Hart has done very consistently. Can he leverage it for a faster castle age time? Oh, this is exciting, guys. A little bit more of a kerfuffle over here. And now the skirm production's coming in for Hart. Now, even though you're forcing your opponent to skirms, we're still in a situation where Hart has the discount, so he's going to be faster up to castle age regardless. So I still feel like the ball is in the court of Sebastian. Scout there goes down. It is first blood in this game. Already a little bit of a resources lead. Obviously, no eco bonus for Byzantines. Significant eco bonus via the pastures. Oh, man. Are you guys hyped for this one? I am genuinely hyped. This is a good map as well. I do think that this Red Bull actually does have the best map pool of the Red Bull tournaments. Which isn't really saying that much, but I do think that we have really several solid maps here. All right. Sebastian's going to just say, I'm going to back up. He has pulled all of his villagers off gold. So Sebastian could be thinking, I'm just not going to make anything other than skirmishers and maybe scouts before Castle Age comes in. Scout sees his opponent crossing the map. He sees the fletching upgrade. So forging, of course, double benefit there for the Ketons. Byzantines? Oh, I think it was the correct Civ pick, even if it is his last Civ. Yeah, possibly. I think that you pick Ketons as the last civ maybe because you think they do have a decent matchup. Okay, that was kind of weird, but whatever. There's only a single spearman as a part of this army, and remember, your scouts do train faster as well. That said, you need to pay very close attention. And here we go. Army is coming in. There are archers here that are going to do good damage to the villagers. Don't know if anything is left over there, but here we go. Hart is here. His army is larger, of course, and he's going to be much closer to Castle Age. How is this going to work, though? Scouts are here with the forging, but there is only 2 of them. Oh, 1 snag there. If he can snipe the spearman, the scouts are going to do a ton of damage, and he gets another snipe there on the archer. Beautiful micro here for Sebastian. He needs to focus the spearman next. He does get the kill there. The spearman doesn't get a single poke off, and this is going to be a decisive win here already for Sebastian. Reinforcements are coming in, but the spearmen are still vulnerable to the skirmishers. Hart going to click up to Castle Age and still have a big advantage in that regard, but the fight so far is going in favor of Sebastian. Oh, I don't like this for Hart. Hart needs to skedaddle himself. Oh, stacking up the... I mean, this is just perfect micro from Sebastian. Holy cow. Hart's generally gotten the better of Sebastian in the fight so far, but not in this game. Oh my goodness, this is exactly what Sebastian needs. Hart is not full walled yet, although he's working towards it. And now that all of those skirms are dead, the scouts are going to continue to come forward. I'm not too sure about this, to be honest, and that is a little bit of an overextension, it must be said. Deal with knights? Yes, but not so much Byzantine camels. Another javelin fling there. There are no spearmen as a part of this army anymore. That said, the scouts don't have +1 defense, so the archers are still going to be very good against them. And right now, I love this from Sebastian. Just take the fights when your opponent still has feudal age units. Oh my goodness, I think this is perfect. The micro is very good, but what was more impressive was the decision to take that fight right there. And also, random Bill's going to go down. Not ideal for Hart, but honestly not the end of the world. Love it, love it, love it. This is already shaping up to be a very exciting last game. Versus Byzantine camels? Byzantines are still efficient. Now, it's not like Sebastian is not up to Castle Age. He is up, but of course he is going to be much slower than his counterpart. Random scout over here just to try and force back the skirmishers, but thus far, I really have been enjoying this Ketons pick versus Byzantines. Not that it's like a civ win like we've seen in several of the other matchups in this series, but you are at least working towards it, and that is the scale mail armor upgrade. Is that a misclick? He literally has no infantry units. Both players derping around right here with their armies. Unless he's going Fire Lancers. I mean, of course, you can guess your opponent's going for the camels, especially since you see the extra stable. Is that going to be a thing? Oh my god, it is going to be a thing. And you know what, guys? I've done this. I have actually done this, and it's not anywhere near as bad as you may think. Even though Ketons are the last civ you think of the Fire Lancer civs, what is Hart going to have against them? Nothing. If you don't have an archer mass, which Sebastian knows his opponent doesn't have an archer mass, I like this. That said, TC coming at the back here for Hart. Sebastian, not so much. He's sold his stone and hasn't bought it back yet. So now it's like, what are you going to do? Remember, you have Gambesons as well as the Ketons. You have fully upgraded Fire Lancers. Kills the scout right there, but +2 defense is in. Sebastian does need to remember to get Gambesons eventually. But that Fire Lancer is going to go down. Camels have no upgrades, though. Squires, of course, is important. But will Sebastian add that second TC? It feels like he really does need to. I don't think either players win in this game in the immediate future. Well, yeah, Hart's made more army, but his army is much cheaper. Sebastian's going to go 1 TC it against Byzantines? What? What? He's already got the monastery out. But, like, I would think you'd try to outboom Byzantines. But to be fair, your 1 TC eco as the Ketons is quite strong. Oh, man, guys, this is so intense. I'm so glad we get to end on these last two maps as opposed to having to end on one of the hybrid maps. Imagine if this was the Loch Ness game, was this game 7. However this one goes, that would be so disappointing. In this situation, yeah, but I feel like it's a really good decision. And how comfortable is Heart going to be at dealing with Khitan Fire Lancers as Byzantines? Look at this, units coming in over here as well. The villager numbers are even, so the second TC has not yet paid off here for Heart. And Heart's really struggling at the moment. I mean, he's doing some good damage over time. Like, Heart's making skirms and camels. That's not what you want versus Fire Lancers. I totally agree. I love the Rams so much more than the rocket carts. I could not agree more. That said, the TC is going to be doing a gajillion damage to the Fire Lancers, and that's an important cleanup there for Heart. Skirms do have Bodkin, by the way. Defensive Siege Workshop is coming in, and the Byzantine buildings have a gajillion HP. Oh my goodness, and here we are. Ram is being downloaded. And I think Heart's interested in mining some stone. But again, the Khitan 1 TC play here, I really do think it's such a smart move. This actually reminds me of game number 1, where you're doing something that is off meta. I mean, if you're playing Khitans and doing anything other than Steppe Lancers or Heavy Cav Archers, I would consider that off meta. You're going Fire Lancer Skirmisher and leveraging the fact that your 1 TC eco is very good with this civ. Gambesons is coming in too. But there's the Mangonel. Of course, the Mangonel is essential. It's weird. Again, I think we're in a situation where is Heart as comfortable as he needs to be in dealing with this, and the Mangonel's going to go down there, guys. And you say I can't hype cast. I can hype cast when there's hype casting is needed. Monastery going to go down. Heart going to try and build another one. This is going to deny any sort of monk defense, but that Mangonel loss was huge. 2k res advantage, and this is, of course, just all of that ability to apply pressure. Heart's trying to come forward. The Fire Lancers, of course, immediately just hop out. Oh, Heart's going to try and make this work. Do you try and dive the Mangonel there? Great conversion control from Heart. Oh, this could be the hit, though. Not quite yet. There are no vills here with which to repair here for Sebastian. And the TC, of course, is just adding in a ton of damage, but that's where Gambesons comes in. Huge, huge advantage there that you get as Khitans, whereas you don't get it with most of the other Fire Lancer civs, except Koreans. And yet, guys, Heart is holding. I mean, this is Byzantine stuff, right? Res destroyed. It's better for Heart. I really don't think this is going to be working out much longer. Sebastian needs a transition out of it, and that's what he's doing. Bill's over there to the side, by the way. Yeah, nothing too crazy with those Mangonel hits. Yep, Byzantine healing is insane. Some random conversion coming in. But yeah, Heart is none the wiser at the moment when it comes to... Oh, that should be a kill. Yep. Khitan monks are pretty bad. It's getting closer and closer here. Wait, Sebastian has no vills on food? What is he doing? What? Oh my god, it's all Fire Lancers. Heart's trying to push forward. Discounts? Yes. Oh my goodness, guys, here we are. Heart continuing to hang in there. His res collected, still not very good, but his res destroyed is very good. His army is so much cheaper than his opponents. And he's going to be working towards a castle with that side stone. It's 100% all in right now here for Sebastian, and I actually really don't like it at all. You can play a longer game here. It's okay. Oh my goodness, huge Mangonel hits too. And now you have nothing that kills Mangonels at the moment. Big splat right there for Heart. He's still ahead by 9 vills. But Heart is going to be claiming the lead, guys. Sebastian's running out of steam. I think it's just he not having quite the plan behind it. I think that going for the Rams to try and dive the Byzantine TC is a huge mistake. No, neither is Devoted. Anyway, Castle... Oh my goodness, guys. That's not something you can let happen. Kind of surprising, honestly. Oh my god, he doesn't see it. Okay, now he sees it, but it's way too late to stop. Oh my goodness, guys. I think it's too late to stop. Yeah, it's too late to stop. Now, the Vil counts are similar. Oh my god. What's the Mangonel kill difference? And Hart's gonna click up to Imp in a second. Hart is simply out-micering his opponent like crazy. 17 Vils on stone, right? 5 rocket cards queued up. Wait, Sebastian can click up too. What the heck? Okay, he clicks up. Yeah, but he's way behind in Res Destroyed. Well, I guess he's a little bit behind in Res Destroyed. Vil numbers are even. Also, Sebastian's going to abscond with some relics, and this is going to be some actual additional villager kills. You don't have Arbs as the Ketons. University coming in. I guess you want ballistics, that's fine. How many conversions also does Hart have? His Monk Mangonel play has been very impressive. Oh, here come the Mangonels from downtown. Lancing shot there. Oh, this is not over yet, but I still favor Hart's position a little bit. And of course, Cataphracts are coming out. Look at this. TC's on both sides right now for Sebastian. He's trying to claim those extra units. Oh my goodness. Great reaction there from Hart. Yeah, these units should be able to escape, and indeed they will. More relics coming in. Sebastian's at 5 relics. Now that is going to be one way to improve your resources. You have no idea what's going on? Am I not casting well enough for you? Am I not doing a good job of describing what's happening? Well, that Cataphract's not going very far. That guy also isn't doing a whole heck of a lot. Turns out he's found a way to transition out of this economically. He has not found a way to transition out of this militarily. He's still stuck on Fire Lancers. Gold income is also nil for him at this point. Uh-oh. Here we go. 15 seconds to Imp for Sebastian. Needs to use the market, though, to get some gold here. Handcart coming in. Castle to the east. Will Sebastian get his own castle down? Mangonel's get a huge hit right there. Well killed. Oh, he's going for the castle right there as Hart goes for castle number 3. Heavy Fire Lancer coming in, or Elite Fire Lancer, rather. Yeah, it's Elite. Uh-oh. Sebastian's vision is going to be good enough, but does he have the resources at the moment? The Fire Lancers are charging forward. What are you doing? The Fire Lancers auto attack. They all grouped up because of the auto attack. Oh my goodness. That is insane. That isn't happening yet. Anyway, no trebuchets in yet for either player. Heavy Fire Lancer, Elite Fire Lancer rather, is in. No blacksmith upgrades. And he will see that castle incoming, so he's going to need to treb right away. And indeed he does. Block printing and chemistry both coming in. I don't know, guys. Sebastian has a slight score lead, but Hart is taking far better engagements. Okay, good deletion there. And now you're going to be getting into a treb war against Byzantines. Yeah, Heart's got a Treb on the way, though, and he's got 2 castles with which to produce them, plus 4 defense coming in now for the Fire Lancers. Don't think the Mangonel would be able to range that. Yeah, double Treb production here. Hand Cannoneers coming in as well. In Treb Wars, they're actually very good. Oh, yeah, don't do that. I mean, look at this. Heart's eco is still not very impressive at all. And 2 Fire Lancers walk into a bar. I mean, if Heart didn't have just impeccable micro, he would be so dead right now. But luckily for him, he sure does, and it's been very impressive to watch. And here we are, Castle Treb War time, but you have 2 to 1. I have no idea what those Fire Lancers think they can accomplish. They are not going to do anything. These Fire Lancers are getting some good value, though. They're fine as an arena set. I've certainly had decent success with them, and lost to them. Yeah, Demented Treb does not require chemistry. Remember, Skirms only deal 1 damage to the Khitan Fire Lancers because of Gambesons. Anyway, both castles here are likely going to go down. But of course, Heart has far more castles overall. You look at the res at the moment. A lot of that lead is in wood collected, which of course, you know how I feel about that. You also need your own skirmishers here as the Khitans player, and with those hand cannons being mixed in, it's going to be so tough for Sebastian. He's losing even more units. That said, he's ahead by 50 population. Oh, I don't know about this, guys. I guess the Trebs are being forced back. Is this worth it? How on earth would this ever be worth it? I guess you have more units coming in. The skirmisher upgrades are essential. Well, you got some monks here. The monks could actually really help converting any stray units. And look at this, good monk splits there. That castle is under heavy threat, and the Trebs are attacking the other Trebs, which is obviously never really what you want to be doing. Heart's micro is still insane. His army is so efficient. There is a Mangonel here as well. That's it. I love Sebastian's monks, and what an amazing game to end this set. First game was great. Last game was great. Those are the 2 games that you want here, regardless of who wins. Heart is still able to take this one, guys. Sebastian still has more units on the way, though. Heart simply lost a lot of vills, has not quite been able to produce enough of them. Mangonel is gonna get a shot off. Uh-oh. Mango is sniped. Repairs are, I guess, just enough for now. Castle getting repaired, 12,000 damage taken. More and more units are on the way. Only 2 vills right now on the gold, but all of the Trebs have gone down. Castle needs to be rushed up. You have 0 castles at the moment as Sebastian Hart has the lead. Hart has simply been taking fights that Sebastian can't even come close to matching. Hart's actually missing a lot of upgrades. He actually is missing a ton of upgrades. Holy cow. For Khitan, skirms. Of course it's skirms. Well, it's because Byzantines have been defending, right? Khitans, yeah, but Sebastian's eco balance is not what it needs to be at the moment. He's got so many bills on wood, not enough on not wood. That said, with this transition coming in, it's going to be looking better for our Khitans player. Some Fire Lancers looping around to the side again. A lot of exposed villagers right there. Conscription's, of course, going to be a big one. Did Hart manage to snag that upgrade? He did not. He's certainly going to want that as Byzantines. His income, his resources is still not good enough. Some more stray random units here going over to the side. Army numbers are similar. It's a huge population lead, but the efficiency has been so freaking good for Hart this game that it still has felt like this has been Hart in some ways outplaying. Few stray units over that way, few stray units over this way, every which way. I really wouldn't hate to see a few mounted Trebs, though. Good bombard cannon attack around there from Hart. Army positioning is essential. Skirms are about to be fully upgraded. Hart still is missing every single defense upgrade, which actually does matter here. It's going to be 3 extra attack on every single skirmisher. Simplers, again, you can't make many food units right now as Sebastian. He has no food income. He's got 20 on food. Until that changes, any food-intensive unit switch is not going to be a thing. That said, Sebastian's at 200 population. And Sebastian's going to try and just walk around the castle. This is an interesting move. Look at this. This is the first time Heart's actually out of position. Look at those trebuchets. They're literally just derping around in the front lines. Heart's at 124 pop, guys. Oh my goodness. Whoever wins this game is almost certainly going to die horribly to Leary, but this individual game is so close and well fought. What a game. Castle over here to the northeast. Good, long-term planning. Remember, Sebastian added 2 TCs to each side, or rather 1 TC on each side. And now the trebbing is happening. He knows his opponent's trebuchets and units are out of position, and he knows he has nothing with which to snipe it, and Hart is really falling off. The macro of Sebastian is very good as well. And despite Hart taking some incredible fights, the KD is looking closer and closer. And Sebastian is going to make this work, guys, and make his second S-tier tournament semifinals in a row. Production speed for Ketons is huge, especially since it's conscription versus no conscription. Plenty of incentive. Oh, yeah. I mean, that castle is still going to stand. I mean, Hart is doing what he can, but it is simply not enough. Sebastian is sending units every which way. I mean, again, it's absolutely incredible that the Byzantines are holding this position. I mean, it is, hashtag just Byzantines things. 19,000 damage taken by that castle. There is another castle over here, but there is just no way to gather really any important resources. There's just units running around every which way. Of course, Hart is going to fight on to the bitter end. You can't blame him for that. Yeah, Hart never stabilized his eco, but that's because Sebastian never let him. I mean, this is so well done from both players this game. And there it is, guys. GG. 12% difference in eco efficiency. Oh my goodness. Sebastian with the last pick Ketons that was almost certainly done specifically as a counter pick to Byzantines, thinking that in this position, he would make it work. I do think that the Camel Trebs would have helped a lot, yes, but you know what? He made that game happen with a, what was it? Elite Skirmisher Fire Lancer mid-game push. That's what he did against Byzantines on 1 TC for a while. I mean, that is a well-deserved win, and I mean, out here.
What a performance from you, Sebastian. My friend, before we get into, I want to ask you all about what we've just seen, but before we talk about that, my friends, let's keep that energy going. Let's once again put our hands together for a valiant, defeated player. Well done indeed to Hart. What a performance he put on for us all here today. I know he was a worthy foe for you, and I tell you what, he put you through your paces, didn't he? Let's talk about what we've just seen, Sebastian. That was an incredible set, an incredible conclusion. All the way, 7 games. What's going on with you right now? How are you feeling? The exhaustion, the excitement. Talk to us about all this.
Yeah, insane sets, insane energy like from the crowd. Thank you very much. Really well played to Hart. Insane set. Really well played to him. It was super close. Could have gone either way. Yeah, it was super fun. Super close.
You had a lot of fun, even though it was probably one of the most stressful times of your life, I imagine.
Yeah, it was fun, I guess. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear it. Let's get back to game number 1. I want to talk about the 2P pick on Crownwood. Was this something that you'd prepared, or talk to us about this Civ pick and the role that it can play potentially in a map like this?
Yeah, it's not my idea. I think it was ACCM or Viper's idea, so I didn't have much practice, but at the end of the day, that game was super key. So I'm glad that worked, because it was kind of risky as well. Mm-hmm. It was like a defensive play on Crownwood, which can go really wrong, but they had a great map, so I think that was what made me win the game.
And you're doing it. There was some incredible micro in both that game and indeed game 2. Was the micro really necessary, or was it maybe for the benefit of the crowd? What was going on with that? There was a lot of dancing going on in game number 2. Tell us about that.
Game number 2, which was it?
Game number 2, the like insane, you had like 2 different groups of people dancing, like microing at the same time.
Yeah.
Was that just showing off for people, or what?
No, it was me trying to get like any win condition, but yeah, there was none.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, there seems to be another thing that you rely on pretty earnestly when things maybe aren't going your way.
Yeah, I can absolutely see that in ACCM or a Viper strat originally, but Sebastian adapted to it super well.
You or what?
Yeah. Like I think it's a good idea to do some physical activity, at least some push-ups. But
how do we feel about the push-ups, huh? How do we feel about the push-ups?
Thank you.
And he was doing push-ups?
No, you're done. You're tapped out.
Insane support. Insane support. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna get some lunch, guys. I'll be right back.
Finally, this is obviously a massive win, right? This is one of the most incredible performances you put on your entire career. You move on now to the semi-finals. What does that look like for you? What does your preparation look like? You seem to be so collected, so calm a lot of the time. Are you nervous heading into the semis? Where are you at in your head?
Yeah, today actually was pretty chill, but obviously, I mean, you get nervous with the crowd. At the beginning, I was kind of nervous, but after the first game, I was super okay. So.
Yeah, found your composure and...
Yeah, I actually like it a lot.
Yeah, you enjoy the energy, the atmosphere? You like being in front of hundreds of people?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Odeon, a big round of applause and congratulations for our champion today. It's Sebastian! No, stay here. Stay here.
There are precious few today who have not heard tell of the conquests of Alexander the Great.
Alexander was born as the son of a mighty king, inheriting not just a throne but also a vast army and an unfinished plan to take the fight to the Persian Achaemenid Empire. Young Alexander, king of Macedon by the age of 20, put his inheritance to good use. These days you might spend your 20s travelling, seeing the world, but Alexander instead spent his 20s conquering it, building one of the greatest empires the world had ever seen by the time he was 30. Alexander enthusiastically dismantled the Achaemenid Empire piece by piece, winning a series of battles that were decisive, efficient, and, as time went on, increasingly expected. He conquered Egypt, where he was declared a god, a status he seemingly expected with minimal hesitation, before pushing further and further east into Central Asia and even India, where he divided his time between conquest and his favourite hobby, establishing cities, which he then named after himself. Eventually, however, his troops decided that they had done quite enough conquering for the time being and declined to march on any further. A rare example of someone saying no to Alexander and living to tell the tale. Alexander chucked a Yui and returned west, only to die in Babylon at the age of just 32. His empire collapsed almost immediately, but his reputation did not, which, from a historical standpoint, may have been the more important achievement.
Alexander the Great remains thousands of years on, one of the most famous and celebrated conquerors ever to have walked the earth.
Macedonians! Have you ever seen so grand an army? Hear the acclamation that you fought beside Alexander on the day of his greatest victory! Let undying glory be the victor's prize.
Well, I mean, you can hear the crowd. Everyone is still not over what just happened and what we just witnessed.
I'm not over what just happened.
No, dude. No, dude. Typically, the chills come in when casting the epic set. We were in the back room there screaming. And, I mean, congratulations to Sebastian. An incredible series. A long time coming for a short time coming for him, maybe, because he's so new to the scene compared to the rest of the talents here. But that's what competitive Age of Empires is all about, right? Like digging deep, coming back. And I felt at least, one of those games he could have had earlier. I thought, I've seen it all before. He let a game slip away in Game 5. He's going to regret that for the rest of the trip. What a turnaround. It was sick.
It all started in that Game 6, right? He took one great engagement. He absolutely snowballed the military. Then Hart was on damage control the whole time. And then Game 7, I mean, like, there was, what, 10 of us around a tiny little TV in the back.
Yeah, all leaning over.
Screaming. There was about 5 people who were part of the support staff, and they'd never really watched the game before, but they were locked in.
And the whole entire time, because we're trying to get on cue to get in our spots here in this amazing facility.
Is it going to end yet? Is it going to end
and
yet?
We're like,
I don't know.
And we'd be like, oh yeah, Hart's got this, Hart's got this. And then they're like, all right, Hart's got this. And then we were like, what's the status, guys? We're like, no, Sebastian's got this. They might have been very confused. But
unbelievable.
Anyways, it sets the stage for the next best of 7. Yes. And the next best of 7 also should be incredibly competitive. I was just looking back because Viper and Yo have played each other so many times. They've been around our pro scene 10+ years. Both players have met each other in finals, semifinals, quarterfinals, whatever. And usually the closest sets between them are best of 7s. The last couple times we've had best of 7s, it was 4-2, 4-3, 4-3 between these two players. And some of them very recently. So I'm pumped for this one, dude.
Well, with one notable exception, which happened in the first RedBull Wololo final.
Yeah.
That was a 4-0, and that saw the end of Viper's era of dominance. He still had success after that, but maybe there's still a feeling there for Viper. Maybe he just wants really good results against Yo, because that was a pretty definitive moment in Viper's career.
Yo
Absolutely. And I think
is about
at
to play.
That time, there wasn't anything to really look to as far as confidence, right? And we see it from, in Hera's reign currently. It feels like every time he falls behind, you just think, how is he going to come back and win this? But for Viper, things change.
My
then.
point?
And I think
What
a lot
point?
of that is once the floodgates open, once a player's broken once, people start to realize, like, okay, this person is human, right? And I think for Mr. Yo, he
Oh. Sounds different, does it? Sounds the same to me. The goods, you definitely watched the 2 best games. And, of course, why would Yo be the first pick when he's the number 3 seed? Or what got 3rd place in the group as opposed to Viper, who got 2nd place in the group? Dash is downstairs right now. Be Stone Drift map number 1. But he's not here! Alright. Have to switch that. Delicate. Oh my goodness. Alrighty, guys. Are you ready for this?
And his opponent, the original RedBull Wololo champion. When you go up against him, you better watch your back. Expect the unexpected from this living display of consistency.
Once again, please welcome to the stage our valiant competitor, a former RedBull Wololo champion, Mr. Yo!
All right, folks. Well, there it is. There's an epic intro for both of them. And again, they go way back. Just scrolling through it here. The first time these two ever played a best of 7 against each other was in 2014. And I know you're probably thinking, oh, that was like 7 years ago. That's a long time. No, that was 12 years ago. We're all really, really old. So yeah, welcome to the oh crap moment there. These two are just so good, Dave. You can see how they performed in the ladder qualifier. Viper, of course, missing out of the top 4 in the ladder qualifier. Yo as well.
Warrior, yeah.
And they both had to find their way back. Yo fought through the last chance qualifier. Viper was actually the replacement qualifier because he lost 4-3 to Sebastian to get here. So Viper had the ability to recover, of course. And then earlier on in the tournament, even got his revenge against Sebastian in the group stage. But things are shaping up here at RedBull, Wololo, Londinium. I have been sitting, like many of the fans out there today, just waiting to be able to talk about AoE with you all. And I just want to say thank you, everyone, for watching with us. There is Mr. Yo getting prepped. But what are you thinking here, Dave? Any big things, any big call-outs that pop into your mind here as we get settled here?
When I look at a tournament bracket and I see Viper and Yo on the same side, I'm always anticipating that semifinal or that quarterfinal where they meet. I really look forward to the best of 7s. We've had some of our best sets between these two. Viper, calculated, he's precise, right? He's always winning the fights head-to-head, but that's the key to Yo. He doesn't want to take the fights head-to-head. He's going to sneak an army around the backside of your base, he's going to defend at home, and while you're distracted, that's when he's going to strike. So the snake has to be careful for Mr. Yo waiting in the grass.
I agree. No, and I think Viper's got to just really take the fights to him today. I think Viper needs to delay his town centers, delay his eco, send the pressure against Yo. Yo will know that's coming. And another thing with Mr. Yo, there's a lot to be said about Viper, but Mr. Yo loves to get a castle down, man.
Yes.
Usually it's to play unique units. We've kind of questioned that a little bit this week. Like, why are we trying the Konas, right? I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah, the Pounds game is also
There's a whole lot of things that aren't quite as questionable.
What's that circle on Viper's
So as we
screen?
get a peek there, Viper's Spotify playlist, if we would see loading up some music there potentially.
I think that was his razor.
Oh, was it? Oh, whatever. That probably makes more sense. But yeah, I think Viper should probably have banned out some really key civs. I'd love to see the draft here. Before we get into it, just some call-outs there. Spanish probably banned. Yeah, I mean, look at Viper's draft. You got Spanish out of there. He banned Mapuche, even though we weren't even convinced.
As well. We saw an excellent display of why Tupi shouldn't be allowed on certain maps here. Sebastian putting on a show for us there. And he also banned Saracens as well, which is a very dangerous
That's a good
on
ban.
some of these maps.
Set of bans from Viper.
This is an interesting draft for sure. Now, whenever Yo drafts, there's this feeling from other players. They watch it and they go, "What?
Yeah,
like what is happening?
Why that pick? Yeah, but here I'm seeing a lot of civilizations that have actually clicked across the board with other players. Koreans was the most played civilization in the ladder qualifier. Surprised that wasn't banned by Viper, to be honest. Then you've got Tatars. Hart has loved Tatars. Hera's loved Tatars. Byzantines. Many players love the Byzantines.
Yo got a win with them against Hera yesterday on Loch Ness.
Franks, Sebastian, we just saw win a game earlier today. Jurchens is a little bit unproven, but now you're getting to the later end of the draft, so that's acceptable. Berbers is very good for Yo's style of Camel Archer and maybe cheap Knights and Camels, and then Bohemians. One of the best games we've seen this tournament was with Bohemians, so I think Yo might have saw that, and he was like, I want to give that a try.
And I'm looking at Thames on the map pool, so we'll see what Viper has in store here. We'll see what devious plans Yo has cooked up. Yo at times in this tournament has looked a little bit inconsistent.
He does.
Right? There's been some sets where we've had questions, that set against Hard specifically, but he still managed to just drag it to a game 5 somehow. And that's what he does. He drags the games out, he gets his wins, and then he drags himself into a good position in the tournament. This time, quarterfinals.
And that's why I think there's a lot of energy around Yo right
Soulful
now.
pick? What?
Consistency throughout a whole series has been a real weak point for him, right? Like game 1, game 2, game 3, maybe it's all firing, but if the opponent keeps it close, maybe Viper's only up 2-1, you then have a really long game 4.
Yeah.
Viper's been at this a long time, right? There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of energy out there. Things can really wear on you. That's only human, so it's a really tough one for me to call, Dave. I think the draft is close.
Oh, sorry,
It's
it's Armenians and
Tetons.
Tetons.
I really think this is a draft that both players will be very happy with. They've got some great civs. There will be some matchups
Sorry.
to worry about, like Stone Drift, actually, which we should get
Stone
to.
Drift, I'm
That's the
really
water
wondering
map.
for Yo, because I see Armenians there for Viper. It did really well against him when Leary picked it. That's a solid civ on that map, but what is Mr. Yo going to use? Do you want to use your Koreans pick on Stone Drift? You'd rather use it somewhere else, I think.
I mean,
Byzantines?
Koreans are pretty damn good civ for that map. You have the cheap ships, you have lots of stone to build the towers. Like, getting a win against Viper to start off, you just do that in any way possible.
What's the gimmick?
I think it's got to be Koreans. I think it's fairly transparent. But actually, we haven't seen as many Hawks. We've seen galleys and we've seen fires. So maybe if he's expecting galleys from Viper's Armenians, Byzantine bonus of faster working fires might actually apply here.
It could apply.
With Viper and
He could
ACCM,
also-
yeah.
I could see Mr. Yoga.
Well, I mean, he's teammates with ACCM, right?
Counting on the extra.
All right, more waffling. It's yogurt. It's not ice cream. All right, I'm gonna bring my food downstairs. Lunch has been consumed. Let's go. All right. Elaborate on Jurchens? Yeah, so the thing with Jurchens is that they're kind of like Mongols, right? You have the step civ options, so step lancers, cav archers, all that. They do have a hunt bonus, which can be kind of helpful depending on the situation. Honestly, I don't think there's anything that like would make Jurchens especially good. They're just kind of fine all around. Unhenscheled? Yeah, like, Jurchens would be fine. Their faster attacking scouts is certainly solid. Pick Ketons over Jurchens? In this game mode, maybe. But Jurchens were the higher pick. Now, where Jurchens are going to be very good is in the late game relative to Ketons. Jurchens are a much better late game civ. But I do feel like in general I prefer Ketons. Grenade, you don't go FC in Empire Wars. It's been terrible every time we've seen it attempted. All right, they're in the lobby, guys. And here we go. And Yo is going to be coming out swinging. Are you ready? You get this all set up. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 1. It's going to be Viper versus Yo. And Yo will be going in with his number 1 pick, the Hangugin, the Koreans. Viper going to be rocking the Armenians here to the west, but he is opening men-at-arms. So Yo's going to come in with a galley. Will he see Viper's transport? He does not. The landing play on this map has generally been very good. Will Viper go for long swordsman, though? Because that feels like it's very expensive. Men-at-Arm obviously is going to be a must-grab. Double Bit-Axe as well. Yo already has that upgrade, but where are Armenians in Viper's draft? Second to last pick versus first pick, guys. Look at this. Viper is going to drop everybody off completely unexpected here for Yo. I mean, he's just kind of walling himself in a little bit there. But as of right now, Viper's done a great job of circumventing Yo. That said, Yo has to suspect something. Range coming in here from Viper. Really love this play from him. One bill, but yes, he sent bills. Okay, perfect reaction time from Yo. Extra villager line of sight, guys. Really helpful there for Koreans. Infantry? Well, you get the extra... You can get the Longswordsman upgrade right now as Viper. I mean, Yo needs something here to defend against this. Okay, archery range is coming in, but no tower as of yet. Remember, Viper only has one dock. Yo has two. Yo can continue to apply pressure, but Viper, at least for now, still has all of his fishing ships working, sort of. Kobukson. It's actually, if you're going to use the McCune Rochester romanization, it's actually, you'd only have the accent on the second O and not the first O. Why don't you say hi? Not to get technical here. Gotta put my degree to use somehow. There we go. Alright, guys. Of course, Viper's dock going to be doing some damage. And look, the fire ships are getting blocked by the dock right there. This is super good for Viper. He's going to be doing so much damage. Both of those fire ships are going to go down. As does Yo Scout. Viper also with a villager kill. Alone was worth it, yeah. Is it like Kobuk-son? Yes. Kobuk is turtle and Son is ship. Well, it's the modern... That's the modern spelling of it. McCune Rochester was more like in the 90s. Yeah, Son is ship, and Kobuk is turtle. So, I mean, it is literally turtle ship. A Son, it'd be a ship. Alright. Yo still doing a number on Viper's navy. Viper himself is going to try and come in with the tower, but his villager is taking the wrong way around. So in theory, Yo should spot that easily. In theory. Oh, but Yo's not paying attention, obviously, as there's stuff happening everywhere. Yo's still doing well with the navy, but that tower is coming in. What is Yo going to do to try and stop it? Unless Yo still doesn't realize it, which would obviously just be a huge problem. Viper still has a scout alive, and that tower is not getting any less completed. Oh my goodness, and once again, guys, this dock helping to do the damage. 232 damage dealt by that dock. Okay, there we go. Tower finally gonna be getting harassed, but it's at a huge cost on the other side here as Viper coming out swinging here in game number 1. 3 villagers killed, and I just have never seen the player going for the landing not be with a huge advantage, to be honest. Turtle warriors? I just don't know why we don't have turtle ninjas. Oh man, Viper has a second dock now, and Yo is having a terrible time of things. 28 on food to 5. Granted, a lot of those are foragers, but still. By Ralphie, exactly. Another kill there from Viper. What on earth is Yo going to be able to do in Castle Age? He's going to need to send those fishing ships back. Send them back, Yo. Oh no, the multitasking just not quite where it needs to be for Mr. Yo. Those fishing ships all get torched. And Viper is only very slightly slow to Castle Age. His micro is fantastic, and this game is just all the Viper. Yeah, that tower's gonna come in. Although, honestly, just send some bills over, man. Punch it down. Yeah, no, that's not happening, Viper. Oh, no, Viper's the one who's not paying attention. Viper! If he can preserve that Vil, that's obviously a huge advantage going into Castle Age. Sicilians aren't a good Empire War civ. They're a civ that prefers Dark Age. Even if they don't have a huge Dark Age bonus, you want to be able to, like, build the donjon these days. Now, Yo could go for 2 turtle ships right now. And that is what he's doing. Now, who here has seen my video on the turtle ship testing? Now, chat, which unit best counters turtle ships in Castle Age? It's a quiz time, because you guys watched the videos I worked so hard to make for you, right? Robsy knows. Thank you. Somebody watches my content. Down. Geppettos? No. Did Viper watch my content, though? That's the question. Yo needs to take some incredibly efficient fights to have any hope of coming back here, but, I mean, he can do that. Yo just now grabbing some eco upgrades, but Viper still is here with his Scurbs. At the very least, though, Yo did snipe that Vil, which is, again, super, super important. Viper adds a second TC. Yo already has it. Yo does not have Elite Skirmisher, though, or Bodkin, for that matter. The Korean Civ flavor text? Yes. Warrior Galleys will actually get +2 range. In Castle Age, they get 2 more range, and in Imperial Age, they get 1 more range. Saying, hey, I only made that mistake, like, twice. Well, that is going to be a good fight for Viper. Random Fire Lance are going to try and help clean things up. And of course, at the very least, your advantage is, as the not turtle ships, is, you know, your ships are much faster. Or did I? The silly thing is that I just freaking kept it in the video because, you know, why wouldn't I love the opportunity to have you guys poke fun at me? Alright, Viper's back here. He's getting the Fortified Church completed. He's coming in with the Siege Workshop, and Yo is gonna need to figure out a way to defend. Guys, this is 5 turtle ships. You don't mess with these. Turtles, I think, just want to have their damage simplified. I don't know why it has to be so complicated. I mean, I love turtle ships, but, you know. Are we Chunbi, aka ready for some more craziness? Just to make it weirder? Okay, bit of a pause here. Viper's push is still very powerful. He doesn't have anything at home, though, like, at all to defend. All right, looks like we are good to go. Viper has more of his navy there to the south, but the thing is, Viper still has his fishing ships working, which is a big mistake from Yo. Yo's gonna need to get a defensive tower, though. Remember, the towers also only have the fletching upgrade. Viper's got actually +2/+2. Got a lot of those upgrades here. Ram's gonna take some losses, though. This is tough to defend, though. Viper's getting his own Siege Workshop on the way. Rio's grabbing a rocket cart. Another tower is coming in, but Viper's doing a lot of RAM that he's downloading. It just feels like Yo is way too far behind in resources. I mean, if Yo had stuff like Bodkin or some more Fire Lancer upgrades, then maybe I see this, but he doesn't. Like, Yo has so many resources in these turtle ships to win water that are literally not doing anything. Viper still has fishing ships working, and Yo does not have any fishing ships working. Viper has killed 24 villagers and lost 2. Make that 28 villagers now. Oh man, Yo's just patrolling back and forth. Lancer versus Priest matchup? The Priest should do pretty well. Viper just going for a random conversion there. Funnily enough, the unit that's actually winning Viper this game is the Skirmisher. It's the one thing Yo can't deal with. Don't you love it? Isn't that what AoE 2 should be? Yeah, there's a couple kills. Improve? Ellie doesn't approve of most anything I do. I should call her, by the way. I haven't called her in a while. Like, I mean, maybe if Yo had a fishing eco of some sort here, but he doesn't. Well, Cannonball only deals 20 damage. It's not that significant. Looks like both Mangonel over here for Viper has gone down. Another barracks is coming in. I mean, Yo's trying to defend. The population difference isn't that extreme. Yeah, the turtle ships need to be doing something active and not just patrolling across the map. But this is not remotely close. Redemption now coming in here for Viper. Of course, that's going to be critical to his defense. I mean, turtles are good, guys. They're very, very good. But how are you going to deal with Redemption monks? I mean, the towers help. But is it enough? Good attack round there, and Viper can afford his own castle, and it will be placed defensively. Ooh, I don't know. Monks are going to go for a conversion. But Yo should, I think, be able to snipe the monks. Yeah, he does. The castle's still going to go up, though, so I guess it's fine. Viper has 2 ships that's still able to do a ton of work. What are the turtles are just sailing back and forth. It just isn't enough. I mean, yeah, it's a ton of resources, but it's resources that you can get out faster. You can get 2k resources out faster in the form of turtle ships than most any other unit. Yo is stabilizing a bit. Again, there's only a resource collected villager difference of 3. The issue is that Yo is just not in a good spot to do anything here on the land. Oh, he's actually also able to range that tower. That's nice for Viper. Wheels? Then they would become like the Trojan rabbit. Which was much less successful than the Trojan badger. So, because Viper's multitasking all over the place, it's where turtle ships are going to be doing a lot better. Oh, geez, he got the conversion there as well. Yo has 0 vills on wood at the moment. You know what's not good for repairing your TC? 0 vills on wood. And Viper's still winning the multitasking battle. Turtle ship's still not doing anything right now. More Fire Lancers on the way for Yo. Handcart coming in for Viper. His own farming income is going to be so much better. Like, this push is completely stopped. I don't know why Yo... I mean, it's just multitasking is the reason. But he really does need to find a way to clean up Viper's docks. Yeah, I mean, AK res is not a close number. Not at this point. And Yo's going to try and secure more of his island. Now, it's not like Armenians have a bad late-game navy. It's not like it's going to be an auto loss to Koreans. Oh, but even that transport ship's going to be under attack from Viper. Yo is using the market for something. I'm not entirely sure what. That said, Yo is cleaning this up, right? So, on the list of things Yo needs to do to come back in this game, he is starting to fulfill them. Viper going to be adding in way more docks, but they are going to be under attack from Yo, but all these composite bowmen coming over to the other side is going to be quite helpful. Gold, it definitely has way more stone than gold, as one would expect with the map named Stone Drift. And denying those 2 docks ain't nothing. Stop them water? No. I do think one of the mainline ships, you know, Hulk's fires or galleys does need to be cost efficient versus them in late game. Nope. Anyway, Viper's on his way up to imp. He should be fine. Yo still doesn't even have Bodkin. Oh! More good damage here from Viper. Oh boy. Is this enough? Remember, the fire ships are your best bet against the turtle ships at the moment. More fire ships coming out. No reinforcing turtle ships. I mean, the turtles are still doing the best they can. It's just the res collected difference is way too significant. And Viper's even still getting some more archery ranges. His stream is goated? I don't know about that. Insta! That's an Insta if I've ever seen one. And of course, as soon as Viper hits imp, some Drummonds can come out. They can start knocking down all those towers on the shoreline. On a group of units? No, we cannot. That would be pretty neat, but we cannot. Yeah, Yo is ahead in resources destroyed. He has taken better fights. Yeah, that was canceled. It's just too much of an eco difference. And yeah, Yo can tap out. And Viper, with a very important game number 1 win, 10% more efficient of an economy. It's just non-competitive at this point. It doesn't matter how efficient Yo is. Viper is simply too far ahead. I think the landings have a 100% success rate. But the issue is the draft priority. Like I said, second to last pick for Viper, first pick from Yo. Twice? Well, that's just an MBL thing, I guess. But wasn't it also a counter landing as well? Like, I think it's more of... I think the not going for any landing whatsoever has not really worked. All right. Let's see what map number 2 is going to have in store, but like I said, this is pretty tough. On Volpine, yeah. I mean, I think it's fair. They didn't all get banned. Mapuche and Tupi got banned, but Muisca and Incas did not get banned. Oh yeah, Aztecs and Mayans as well. So yeah, you could have gone for both Muisca and Tupi. Or, sorry, Muisca and Incas. White Tupi, did you see game number 1 of the day? That's why. They still can be very deadly. Tier list? Oh, it's going great. And they're immediately going to go to Volpine next. Oh my goodness. And now Yo is going to feel the wrath of not having, Yeah, not having Koreans. Viper, it depends on the map. There's a fair amount of flexibility here. Huns, again, plenty of viable civs. Mapuche? Yo has picked Mapuche and lost with them twice. I mean, they haven't really looked that insane, but Yo has always played them in a way that they were so far behind economically that it doesn't matter. With bot farms? What? Managing it now? Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Here we are. Game number 2. We will have Viper in the yellow as the Vietnamese here to the west of the map. And to the pause. To the east, it will be Yo as the Byzantines. I'm not sure what the issue is. They have their units. What's the issue? Viper has his golds. He has his stones. Yo has his golds and stones. You got that. Got that. Lumber camp, lumber camp, lumber camp. Yeah? I don't know, guys. It looks like they have everything. Not sure what the issue was. Lumber? Maybe they determined that, but you always have really bad wood lines on this map. Okay, maybe this is the correct game then? Anyway, Well, yeah, I'll just walk over to London. Yeah, MBL's Henschel map was worse, that's true. Whatever, we are here. Let's try again. Game 2, Viper, yellow Vietnamese to the north, Yo, blue Byzantines to the south. Looks like Viper already grabbed Yo's scout cavalry. Second range here for Yo. Second range for Viper. Are we going to have an intense skirmisher off? I sure hope so. It seems like Viper's doing literally everything faster than Yo right now. Poles and Burgundians. Poles you'll never see. Burgundians is... well, Burgundians you'll see for the Flemish militia stuff, but I think they're usually banned. Indeed, we are back to Foxes. This Civ matchup looking? Skirmishers is how the Civ matchup is looking. What's the draft priority between these two? First pick for Viper, so Viper beats his opponent's first pick and then goes for his own first pick. Yo's Byzantines is his third pick, though, so he's still using a very high priority Civ. Oh, Bulgarians. Yeah, I mean, you never see Poles, you never see Bulgarians, you never see Slavs. We never see Muisca. All right. Which matchup isn't Skirms? None of them. All right, here we are. Skirmishers with +1 defense, so able to really well resist the archers. Viper going to have his own upgrade there in just a second. Both have a ton of gold banked up from all the foxes. Yeah, I don't think we've seen Chinese either. We haven't seen Teutons. We've seen Britons look awful. We saw Turks once, and they didn't really impress. Wei, I think, have been banned every single time. No, Hera got them once, and they were, like, they clobbered. I don't think Chinese are that great. Yeah, they definitely weren't banned. I don't think they have been banned. Yeah, come on. Are you expecting automod to make sense, McNeely? Come on, man. Anyway, Yo is about ready to click up to Castle Age. Viper is going to be the second person to use the market, so this is going to be exactly the sort of thing Yo needs. And there you go. There you go. Yo does have 41 seconds of idle time, though, versus Viper's 9 seconds. Oh, we haven't seen Shu either, now that I think about it. Oh, we haven't seen Lithuanians. Okay, a little bit of a quick wall there for Yo. No, don't go after the foxes, dude! Well, Viper's gonna get a kill. Is slower to Castle Age, but still does draw first blood on the villager count this game. Yeah, Fire Lancers are going to be very good for Vietnamese here. And indeed, Viper's coming in with the second barracks. Yeah, we have not seen Gurjaras. That's a good point. To kill there. More scuffling. Aztecs we've seen once from MBL, and he won with them. Alright. +1 defense for the infantry coming in. This really is simply going to be a question of how does Yo deal with the Fire Lancers. Oh yeah, no Burmese. Bodkin coming in, but you're going to need to do something here, Yo. I think we have seen Malay, but they looked pretty bad. Art played them, and it didn't look great. Bengalis I think we've seen. Yeah, like one Khmer, one Malay. Malay love having Dark Age, and Khmer also love having Dark Age, so that makes sense. Burmese are just never played. Incas were played once and looked terrible. No, we did see Turks once and they looked really bad. All right. Skirm upgrades coming in as well, but the difference is going to be the Lancers of Fire. No extra TCs yet. Yeah, it's just a cute little move there from Yo with his 2 remaining archers. Your skirms are terrible? It's a great point. I really can't see any issue with that. Now, Yo does have more skirms than Viper does, and you could certainly make the argument that he who skirms most skirms best. But Viper's Fire Lancers I think should be really tough to stop. That said, Viper doesn't have any upgrades for them except +1 defense, so you really want to get +2 there. Remember, there's a big difference that you, as the Khitans, get the Gambesons upgrade, whereas you do not as Vietnamese. And versus Skirmishers, you'd rather have Gambesons than the extra HP. Was told him by Viper? No, that was a different game he was talking about. That was the 2P game. Yo's just going to go to 3 TCs, and so far he's taken good fights, so he certainly can't be that unhappy. Got a couple villager kills. The knights are able to make it back home safely. Get a stripping all DLCs? Why would they want that? Right, conversion attempt there. But Viper has ballistics to no ballistics, and that's obviously a very noticeable advantage. WoW did it, but WoW is pretty darn different than AoE too. I think we'd get AoE 5 first. All right, more conversions are being attempted. That should be successful. Indeed it is, but the monk is going to go down in the process. Viper taking better and better fights thanks to ballistics and, of course, good production. And now that the skirmisher mass has been severely reduced, remember, you're only on 2 ranges here as Yo. He only has 12 vills on food, and this is a really big issue with a lot of these mid-games, is that you end up with a lot of vills on wood and not a lot of vills on food, and it makes making most any army composition very difficult to go for. But yes, Yo is on 3 TCs to 1, and he is Byzantines trying to defend. He's getting his first relic in. This one's also going to be very easy for him to pick up. The Siege Workshop is going to be critical, of course, in terms of the defense. More monk sounds coming in. Oh, the Byzantine healing! It's OP! But Yo taking so many losses on the other side. Viper on double barracks, double range, just flinging units at his opponent, and Yo can't stop this, guys. He just can't. Mangonel is out. Oh, too close right there from Yo. Oh, that's not what he needed. That was a decent attack round, though. Viper split the skirms, not the Fire Lancers. Byzantine Swordsman? Now that'd be something. You do have Gambesons. Yeah, I mean, Viper's just mass-producing units right now. Yo, still struggling with that food and wood balancing his income, though. Viper has no siege, though. Okay, he's building the Siege Workshop, of course, just as I say that. Wait, skirmishers are say I literally say skirmishers are the best unit in AoE constantly. It is still a 15 vill lead, but Viper's ahead in resources. What kills Fire Lancers? Swordsmen and archers. And they're not the best versus siege. Swordsmen and foot archers are the hardest counters, though. And ballistics has done so much work here. Why are skirmishers the best unit? Because there is no low eco answer to skirmishers. That isn't also itself countered by a low eco option. Oh my goodness, that Mangonel is completely caught out of position. That TC isn't happening, and Viper just has so many units. A castle's coming in. Yo certainly is going to want some cataphracts here. The issue is that the cataphracts, despite packing a punch, will have to deal with Viper being able to fire in retreat with his skirmishers as opposed to facing them toe-to-toe. Oh, Viper's gonna get the shot. Oh, beautiful, beautiful move there from Yo. Okay, that was very important. That said, Yo has like a gajillion idle villagers, give or take 2 or 3. Needs to get everybody back to work. Now remember, Fire Lancers don't actually have that much bonus damage. You can see they have 5 anti-cav damage, which guess what? Cataphracts have 12 cavalry armor. So Fire Lancers do literally 0 bonus damage against Cataphracts. If you're behind an eco. Yeah, Cataphracts are going to crush Fire Lancers, and they sure did. Viper's now adding in his 3rd TC, and look at this. He sees the Cataphracts. He knows he's killed most of the skirmishers, so he goes for a switch into Cav Archers. That said, as soon as Viper's easing up on the pressure, Yo is just going to be going crazy with his own economy here, and it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Viper to catch up. Now, Viper was able to secure 2 relics with all of this, which is certainly great for him. Yo still has 3. Yes, it's significantly better for Yo in this game as Byzantines than Heart's game with Byzantines. Yo still needs skirms, so it's going to be a combination of Cataphract and Skirmisher, which is fine. Viper himself can also try to come in with a forward castle if he's feeling lucky. Well, 2 monks kind of go down there for free. And Viper still has a big numbers advantage. Oh, that was a big help for the Ketons player. Man, Cataphracts are good versus Fire Lancers. Who would have thought that Cataphracts would do well versus an infantry unit, guys? If only we had some sort of indication that that would be the case. Skirms don't have +2 defense, though, for Yo, and that is definitely a big issue versus the Cav Archers. Random Watchtower over here just to try and keep Viper back. Yo is ready for castle number 2, though. Viper is actually also ready for castles 1 and 2, almost. Oh, once again, we see a top player really mining a ton of stone and then not being able to spend it. Viper is all over Yo. It's honestly gross. They need to get a room. I don't like this PDA. Oh, Fire Lancers there are going to die. I mean, Yo has been taking fairly decent fights, but it's just Viper being able to stay ahead in resources simply because Yo's eco is constantly idle. That said, you'd think that if Byzantines and Vietnamese are close in resources, that's very good for Byzantines because Vietnamese are an eco-civ and Byzantines aren't. It's a secret. It's just like a Fedoria. But I have literally never seen a game where the middle tower of London has mattered at all. Anyway, Viper now going full Cav Archers here, but Yo can click up to Imp literally right now, and there he goes. And that is, of course, going to be another major strength here of the Byzantines. If you could get to it, yeah, but you need to chop your way through to it, and this map is generally a very aggressive map, right? Because you can't wall. The Cataphract raid! Oh my goodness, guys. What are you going to do with the Cataphracts packing such a punch? It just can't deal with cataphracts, man. Castle over here, I love that positioning from Yo. Then again, these two players are probably my two favorite castle placers. I feel like they always have such a good idea of like long-term map control via castles. Leather archer armor coming in, and right now it is going to be Skirm v Skirm most likely. It's so disgusting. Well, Byzantines are pretty disgusting when they literally don't have to play their worst age, which is Dark Age. Viper literally making two castles as well. I mean, I really think it's a big mistake that a lot of pro players make, is just not slamming down those castles as soon as you can. Anyway, KD now ahead for Yo. Both players doing a great job with their eco upgrades. And this is much more of a game here in number 2. Yo's score is very good, but it still feels like Viper has his chances, although doing that isn't the best idea. I think you mean Skirmifant. I really don't want to see Fire Lancers. I'll be honest, guys. I think Fire Lancers are going to be a very unimpressive unit for Viper as this game goes on. I mean, you don't even need that many cataphracts to deal with a lot of Fire Lancers, as we've seen. In general, the best composition for Vietnamese is Elephant plus Rattan Archer. That composition has few to no counters. Obviously, that's very difficult to ever get there, but if Viper is looking for the long game, which you'd think he is based alone from these defensive positionings of these two castles and the fact that it's Viper, you would think he'd want to get there. Or at least get to Skirm Elephant. But Fire Lancers are a lot of gold. 2 to the pounds relic down? Oh man, is the relic to pound ratio going down? To Skirm plus how? Ah, yes, of course. Versus Byzantines? Yes, if you can get to even numbers of them. Onager here? I don't know about that. More cataphract upgrades. Erms are going to be fully upgraded here for Yo. As expected, yeah, underwhelming implies that you would expect them to be better than they ended up being. I just have very low expectations for these Fire Lancers in general. Bite a punch. Why is that such an iconic line? I don't know, but it's always stuck in my head as a memorable line. Paper money. Gotta get that cash money. Viper's got a research Facebook contract after his the precursor upgrade, a mixer contract. Anyway, that push is going to be stalled. Yo with a very defensive castle at the back. I mean, he is confident as Byzantines that he can grind this one out. Oh my god, is he going to chop to the middle, guys? Oh my goodness. Yo, do it. Do it, Anakin. Guys, this will literally be the first time I have ever seen this monument matter. It gives you everything except stone in a trickle. You better not be letting him in here so we can... I don't know. You're looking pretty barky. All right. Elite Cataphract is in. Imp Skirm and paper money on the way for Viper. Guys, you want to see something really unimpressive? Let's watch the Fire Lancers here. No, so yeah, basically. Oh wait, Viper actually got here first. I didn't even notice. Oh, well done. Oh, Yo, gonna try and secure this with the castle too. Good attention to detail. I do my best for you guys. Making it home for Christmas, they really aren't. Alright. Big fight underway here. Also, they're not elite. And they have no attack upgrades, so yeah, they're doing awfully. Yo doesn't have Logistica, I believe. I can hover over this. Oh, never mind, he does. They're fully upgraded elite cataphracts. Yeah, I really feel like you go Elephant Skirm, and then if you can, afterwards, you try and switch into Rattan Archers. I feel like that's your best bet versus Byzantines. Because this is playing to Byzantine strength, right? Like, mixing trash units and counter units and all that. If you want to beat Byzantines in late game, you just have to make an army composition that they can never deal with. Especially if you're behind in economy. It really feels like your only win condition. I mean, Byzantines are one of the primo late game civs for a reason in AoE 2. Indeed. It's not a complete papier-mâché castle. Vietnamese and 2P get the castles that have hoardings, but no masonry or architecture. Yeah, I mean, you get 22 bonus damage versus cavalry, but as you can see, cataphracts have 16 cavalry armor, which, by the way, is enough to minimize the most of the anti-camel damage. That's why it's that very specific number of 16. But you can see it does, you know, all but 6 damage. And there we go, guys. GG. And where did Yo win this game? One was the fact that he survived Castle Age. Remember, he was up to Castle Age faster, but was very far behind in army. Viper put on a ton of pressure with 1 TC. Yo did the Byzantines thing. He defended. He hung in there. And then his eco, although it was never crushingly better than Viper's, it was good enough to nullify the advantage that Byzantines, or Vietnamese have over Byzantines normally, where Vietnamese have a great eco and Byzantines don't. Yo able to get to a good enough Imperial Age time and simply just outmuscle Viper with the power of his efficient armies. And I do think that Viper just compositionally didn't have the long game in mind in a way that he honestly normally does, but simply never prepared to deal with the cataphracts, and I think that the Fire Lancers were just genuinely terrible. So, we are all tied up. Viper loses with his number 1 Civ pick as well, but Yo had to use his 3rd Civ pick, so Viper still has, you know, more of his top Civs overall. And that was Yo's home map. So definitely a game Yo needed to win. And let's see what's next, guys. Oh, I have no idea. The tower also didn't matter in that game either, as it happened. Versus Cat. Yeah, I mean, it's not something that should be too surprising. Hi. Thames is the next match. Outside. Is interested in the concept of going outside.
Ugh.
Oh, interesting. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 3. We are all tied up at 1-1. This map doesn't usually have a pond here, does it? I don't think so. Archers do find a way in here. Oh, that's awkward for Viper. He will have a scout coming in here. Anyway, if this were regular Arabia, like 1v1 RM Arabia, I'd say that this is an okay matchup. I still prefer Magyar slightly, but it's still decent enough. In Empire Wars, though, Jurchens wish they had Dark Age, and Magyars are very glad they don't have Dark Age. So, already, Viper with a kill there. Gonna clean up all those archers. Yo is gonna clean up those archers, but Viper getting a little bit of extra value. Yo is slightly ahead in resources, though. Let's see what the plan is here. Hillville. You do have the faster attacking scouts. Viper already has +1/+1, though. Of course, you get the attack upgrade for free. And there's the second stable from Viper. So once again, going to be going with a far more aggressive play than he normally does. That would have been a disaster if Yo wasn't walled there, but... you can wall all the way to the water, though, right? Alright, but, I mean... well, Viper just gonna walk right around. Uh-oh, no way this is in time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti Mr. Yo. Yo wants Castle Age. He clicks up, but uh-oh. Lombardia? Oh, it's very annoying, and I predicted long ago that that would be one of the most annoying combos. Oh, dear. On the other side... oh, wait, no, those were Viper scouts. I thought those were Yo scouts. Yeah, Yo's just dead. Okay, well, Viper... honestly, I feel like it would be better for Viper to just attack and run away and not kill the villagers and just keep the pressure in his opponent's base as opposed to just having all of the units die. And then Yo just gets his eco set up again. That said, Viper is ahead by 10 vills, so yeah. It's not like he's going to be that much slower to Castle Age, especially in the context of Yo not having any army to counterattack with. To get compensation? Yeah, Viper's actually going to have to pay reparations for his war crimes. Really unfortunate, but, you know, that's what you get. What you deserve. If Yo's plan here is just to go Cav Archers, I am going to be, honestly, somewhat disappointed. Like, I get it. Jurchen Cav Archers attack faster. It's like you get sort of the effective Thumb Ring for free. But you'd still rather just have Tadars there. While in existence? It depends. Villagers, you don't need to attack with for them to generate value, whereas military units do. But military units attacking is going to give you far more score than just booming. Well, Yo's just going to go Cav Archers right now. Reparations fix everything? Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting. We really haven't seen Steppe Lancers very often. Now, Viper's only slightly ahead in villagers, resources right now. Yo is adding in a second TC. Here's the dealio, though. Viper can actually just play Skirm Boom defense as Magyars. It's not something you do normally. That said, I think given the game state, it is the correct play from Viper. Jurchens can beat Magyars in late game with, like, Cav Archer, Thunderclap Bombs, Rocket Carts, plus, like, Iron Pagoda. Like, you can actually get to a Doom army as Jurchens, but, like, no one ever does that, so I wouldn't be too worried. Two dumb Ornlus. It's like I'm the devil on everybody's shoulder going, do it. Boom. Boom. Don't make army. Upcoming Jurchens? I don't care about AoE4 at all. Not that I have any ill will towards the game, I just don't really care about it. Anyway, second TC coming in for Viper. That said, Yo is sort of catching up here in terms of villagers. Like, yeah, Viper's 6 villager kills were good, but Yo did get a second TC. Paladin? I mean, it wouldn't be Paladin, it would be Magyar Hussar plus recurve bow CA. Magyars with the Step Lancers would be pretty tough. Yeah, like, the res collected's even. Yo has a better army right now with the Cav Archers, at least insofar as asserting map control. Like I said, in general, the Skirm booming defense, I think, is pretty good, but Viper was quite worried about Yo counterattack and actually played quite safe, especially for Viper's standards. And Yo's macro behind this has been very good. So, despite losing 6 villagers, it's actually perfectly fine here. And Yo has the better army composition right now. Both unique text buff them? Oh, that sounds both fun and balanced. Trash Step Lancers with 2 range. And 1 more attack. E-Skirm, but when Mem makes them? No, they're elite skirmishers. The E-Skirms for esports. Alright, Viper mining a lot of stone. I do think Iron Pagodas are actually underrated. They're not bad. Does any unit have 2 range? Nope, nothing in AoE 2 has 2 range. Fire ships come the closest at 2.49. I mean, maybe the, like, some Chronicles unit does. Like, I guess maybe the Phalangites are pretty close. Yeah, Throwing Axemen and Mamelukes have 3 range. All Jurchen bonuses good? Yeah, I mean, they don't have any bad bonuses. I mean, gunpowder units plus 2 line of sight's probably their weakest bonus, but even then, that's like okay, especially for bombard cannons. Anyway, Viper's gonna find some extra damage here. Gonna get another villager kill, but, I mean, this is a bit scary. University coming in here for Viper. There's the defensive castle. Now, it's one thing to say, okay, go Skirm and Booms. Like, that's what Hera would do. And it was my suggestion as well for Viper. That said, I actually don't think Viper was greedy enough. Either that, or he thought that Yo's eco was further behind than it was. Because Yo's got a pretty solid army over here. He's a little behind in villagers right now compared to Viper, but it's still going to be a second before Viper gets further ahead. LOS fights? Yes, that's also true. It's also quite helpful. You can actually see it in action right here. Look at that line of sight on the rocket cart. Do you actually want Corvinian army now? And thought it was over. And he thought he could. He got 6 Vil picks and thought he could go in autopilot. But Yo was up to Castle Age very significantly faster, which allowed him to add the second TC while also keeping it running very consistently, which, I mean, we're talking Viper versus Yo here. These are 2 of the best players. It's not like Yo's gonna screw up. But it's Siege Engineers! Oh my god, guys. Oh my goodness. He's doing the Castle Age Siege Engineers. I mean, it's sick. I love the Castle Age Siege Engineers with the discount and fast research time. Such a cool bonus. Range advantage right there, guys. Right there. And you get more damage versus buildings, remember. Look at these guys go. And of course, extra damage for the Rams. Magyar Hussars are out. They are missing Husbandry, but are otherwise fully upgraded. The Artillery itch? Oh yeah, rocket carts are perfectly fine. Some people don't like them. I just don't think they're that big of a deal one way or the other. I think Shinki-chon and Thunderclap bombs are very exciting. Alrighty, guys, what do you think here of this one? Alright, Viper coming in with one Magyar Hussar over here. Of course, it is what the Civ does so well. Ballistics and Treadmill Crate are actually both in. Viper swooping in again. I mean, again, this is what Magyars are so freaking good with. Thematic and fun. So, here's my thing. I'm fine with rocket carts, but I don't like Haegwang Cav. Does that make me a hypocrite? Anyway, look at this. Beautiful here from Yo. Beautiful, beautiful. Also, he's making some iron pagodas. We're actually seeing somebody use Jurchens, man. I mean, Magyar Hussars are still very good, of course. Neither player is especially close to Imp, and this is a pretty solid castle from Viper. Okay, he's going to see it right there. Can he do anything about it? Iron Pagodas, again, they're solid units, guys. Bonuses? Yeah, they have a faster attack speed, but you have no Thumb Ring, and no Parthian Tactics once Imp comes in. Viper does have Ballistic, and he's the first one up. All right, this game could be swinging right back in favor of Viper. He's got more Vills coming on in, and this castle is going to happen. The question is how many Vills are going to die in the process. And quite a few. Still, big victory there for Viper. He gets the castle down. He's faster up to Imp. He's also done a lot to thin out the CA number, so a lot of positives there for Viper. And now the question is, what does Yo do? Yo's on 4 TCs. He has a slight villager lead. Well, that was Hera that turtled around the Royal Albert Hall, and he thought that was his win condition, and it almost was. It was just a very close game. Yeah, Yo's slightly ahead here in resources. Res destroyed slightly in favor of Viper, though, and now Viper goes for his own CA switch, and that's the big downside for him right now. Doesn't have that golden come to the south that Yo does. Now, in the short run, that's fine. In the long run, that will be an issue. Just ask Hera. Also, this is absolutely the time to get your upgrade, Fortified Bastions. I'm not even joking. Staying alive when you're slower up to the Imperial Age versus Trebuchets is actually extremely useful. Yo. If you go Sturms as your Imp unit, when your main advantage is your gold income, I won't be happy. I will confess it. I won't be happy. Okay, at least he's going Iron Pagodas. We never get to see these guys. They are also a very gold-efficient unit, remember. They attack a little bit faster than a regular cavalry, although it's not by much. But they just have solid stats. Their gimmick of absorbing one melee hit isn't really the most impactful, but it's decent. Yeah, I was worried Yo would just try and go full skirms here and then just die, but nope. I do really, honestly, truly believe Fortified Bastions is a very good pickup, though, especially when you're slower to imp. Still, CA from Viper are going to be very powerful. He is grabbing Masonry. Remember, you get that nice and cheap. Snipe Trebs. Yes, but remember that we're talking Magyar Cav Archers when the Magyar Cav Archer player has a huge initiative advantage. And Viper just still doesn't have Husbandry. That's a huge mistake from Viper. You just need that upgrade. Iron Pagodas and Cav Archers should have the same movement speed. I mean, they do have the same base movement speed, but because Yo has Husbandry, he is faster. Yeah, it looks pretty silly, but, you know, it's not bad. I do believe Jurchens are a civ that can challenge Magyars in the late game. Now, Magyars are much easier to play, because it's just get to Cav Archer plus Magyar Hussar, and then, you know, lol all the way to victory. But with this gold control, I think Yo can pull it off, and the fact that you have really good defenses as Jurchens is one way you can really get an advantage over Magyars who don't have good defenses. And stone control is going to be super relevant. That said, this castle is going to go down. Yo canceling, I think, some Iron Pagodas. He's getting skirm upgrades right now. +4 defense coming in. Recurve bow for the CA for Viper. Of course, it'll be important for either player to grab the Royal Albert Hall soon. Double Blacksmith! Bastions can't out-heal one Treb, otherwise it would be broken. But it does help a lot. It significantly slows down the castle destruction. Architecture coming in, too. Alright, Elite Iron Pagodas coming in. They are still Castle Age units for now. +4 defense is here, though. Oh, still no Elite upgrade. Now it's in. Again, keep in mind, Iron Pagodas are very cheap on the gold cost. 80 food, 55 gold. So they're less gold than a Cav Archer individually. Well, Viper doesn't have the food for HCA. Remember, Yo's Eco is the one that's better here. Also, Yo has Siege Engineers from before. Should have had Fortified Bastions, though, man. And here we are, guys. The Trebs had to relocate. Now, they still are probably going to snipe the castle. Indeed, they are. But the Trebs are going to start to go down. Here are the Iron Pagodas. They have that 7 Pierce armor like a Paladin. And that is going to be a win there overall for Yo. Sort of. Remember, he still lost a castle, which is kind of important considering he's going for his Iron Pagodas. But this is, I think, a great example. Again, Jurchens can challenge Magyars. I mean, it takes a long time to assemble all those upgrades, remember? Yo also has the Royal Albert Hall for what that's worth, at least for now. Yo gonna grab another castle. And these units are about to be fully upgraded, thanks to that doubles blacksmith play. Five upgrades. Well, part of that's the timing, right? And the fact that you're forcing this engagement. And having that map control from before is something that Jurchens do well, and you need to leverage. It's not just a matter of, okay, armies run into each other type of situation. Here we are. Iron Pagoda's going to gobble up those Magyar Hussars. Oh, there's Fortified Bastions. With the skirms plus boom play? Well, right now, it's just you don't have map control. Look at this, Yo with an Iron Pagoda up here catching the villagers. Also, honestly, a mistake from both players, but especially Yo to not have any relics. But Viper just has to tap out anyway. Wow. You love to see it, guys. Is this the first tournament game that's been won with Iron Pagodas? It might be. First, what tournament game before has been won with elite Iron Pagodas in a big tournament? In KOTD? Did they? I honestly don't remember. And it's one of the first at the very least. Anyway, more of everything. Just able to do that damage to Viper in mid-game. Yes, the imp time was better for Viper, but still had all that map control and was able to hang in there. Get them in general? I mean, it depends on the playstyle. They can, for sure. All right, guys, that was Jurchens over Magyars. So that was a lower pick versus a higher pick for Viper. That's the sort of thing Yo needs. Now it seems like they're pretty even. Actually, they are almost exactly even. Is basically a Paladin. It's worse than a Paladin, but it's also significantly cheaper on the gold cost. And they move faster. That was Viper's #1 home map, too. Wow. And looks like Crownwood will be next. I have no idea. Way cheaper to upgrade, that's also true. Saying, hey, bro, you seem cool. Maybe you are cool. Alrighty, guys, one sec.
All right.
Oh, see ya, Tandoori. We are here on Crownwood, though. Let's go. Game number 3. Ooh. Yo, this might be the first or second Berbers sighting in the tournament. Yo will be this very civ, though, to the west of the map. In general, I like it, but Viper here going to be going in the complete opposite direction with the Cumans. It's really... okay, there's a lot we could talk about with the civ matchup, because on the one hand, Berbers are going to love the fact that it's a passive map for the most part, with the way it's played out. And that's great for Berbers. They get to skip the Dark Age and are just, you know, one of the very best civs over the course of a long game. Similar to Magyars. Magyars, but more passive and with a better tech tree. That said, Viper, perhaps anticipating this, is going in the complete opposite direction and is playing the super aggressive humans. So we have an atypical civ that I think works really well for this map in general, but Viper could, in theory, just be with the perfect counter pick to that. And just going with the very fast civ to help deal with the much slower civ. Defensive Watchtower is incoming, and I mean, Yo just wants to sit back and chill, right? That's not what you want to be doing. You don't want to be playing Feudal Age as the Berbers. You want the Lodge des Chateaux. And this could just be a Yo die situation. Guys, I think Yo might be die. This is such a disaster for him. Now, his map is pretty bad, actually. I guess he has back gold and back stone, but the wood lines are just terrible for him. Oh, no, and he's spending all of his build time over here. People never play but suddenly become viable in Empire Wars? There are no civs that are really good on Empire Wars that aren't also good in RM. What? Yeah, but in that game he was up to Castle Age very significantly faster. Didn't want the horses? Feels bad, man. It's more like civs that are already viable become even better in Empire Wars. That said, we don't really ever see humans. Okay, Viper's doing the thing, the forward siege workshop. Is the fast aggressive approach good against Yo? I mean, neither of these guys are especially known for their early game these days, but Viper's still probably better in it. On open map, humans are just such a weird civ because they're still top tier on closed maps, and especially palisade maps like Hideout or Bypass. Yeah, Yo might be die here. Look at it, 17 archers. Viper's production has been pretty darn solid. Yo trying to send a couple vills to stone, but like this is just not the game Yo was looking to play. 1,000 resources behind, nothing to deal with the rams except for 5 skirmishers. Viper's coming out swinging here. That said, there should be a huge difference. Yeah, last pick civ for Yo, second pick civ for Viper. Big difference in priority. Ram prices dropping. No, the ram prices are actually consistent. Ram value is actually increasing. I mean, it's brilliantly played from Viper, don't get me wrong. I think it's a really interesting civ matchup, potentially. Like, I really like the Berbers' last pick on this map in general. I just think that humans are the perfect civ to punish it. Like, it's hard to get a civ that's better at doing what Viper's doing than humans. There isn't one, actually. Like, if Viper went Georgians here, which I think would be a very normal pick for this map, or even Persians, I think Yo is feeling pretty good about the civ matchup. I mean, yo die. What can we say other than yo die? Like I said, guys, this was, I think, pretty clearly going to be the best day of the tournament, and it is certainly living up to the billing. Ketons could probably... I like the Rams, though. And the Ketons don't come out with as many units as quickly. For production, we don't see the second T seed. When you see humans in Empire Wars, it is literally only ever for the lots of military buildings very quickly. And that was Viper's home map that he won there. And we are all tied up, guys. Unhenscheled? Yeah, no, I think that it's like, that's where the mind games really come in. I don't know why Viper would I mean, I guess that's like, why would you, other than that, play Berbers at all? But clearly Viper has that planned out very, very well. So although the game itself was awful, the reasoning behind the game being awful was interesting. As opposed to, oh, he hamstered his archers better. That said, Viper still did use his second pick to beat Yo's last pick. So it's like, is it that much of a draft win? I mean, it's not a draft win, but you get the game win, which you would rather have the game win than the draft win any day. Anyway, Glacis will be next. Romans or Persians for Viper. Yo. Huns or Bohemians. Yo's gonna pick Franks on Henchhold and Tadaros on Dorothy Quarry, so it has to be one or the other. Like, Yo has good civs, but they're very straightforward. Viper, it feels like, has a little bit more versatility, although it's not like the top picks. Glacis, it's not the most common map. Alrighty, guys. Here we are. Game number 5. We are tied up. I mean, 2 players who've been up against each other in tournaments. WSVG Maldives was the first finals, I think, between them. When Viper reverse swept Yo. But yeah, now we have to ask, is this the counter pick? Normally you pick a very aggressive civ for this map. In this case, Viper's going Persians, which are very good on this map. Are Bohemians the counter pick? Right? We've seen Yo play the late game on this map with a good late game civ with Ethiopians, remember? Now, Yo only won that game due to the score lead, but still, the Ethiopians look terrifying. Oh, Viper's coming forward and Yo's not recognizing it. Oh. Oh, he sees it. He sees it. And the Hulk can deny. But if the Hulk moves to the south, then these units could be threatening. Yo! Oh, no. Yo needed to attack the villager. Now you have a Persian dock. That's never going to go down. Oh, this is so good for Viper. Oh my goodness, is Yo die? Again? Lots of ding ding ding, Lita. Hey, man. Oh dear, man. Ah! And the Corgi is scratching at the door. All right. How are things going? Yo got a skirmisher out, but that's definitely inefficient for his economy. Yo is going to try and get a good castle age time, but Viper, with the power of Persians, going to be able to click up at almost the same time, and he'll be there faster, thanks to being Persians. More fires on the way for Viper. He's grabbing a market, and really, the direction of the game is still very much Viper's to choose. If I could click on these units. Yes, fletching is in. Yo's actually just getting padded archer armor. If they don't die to CA. I mean, Bohemians crush Persians in the late game, as Bohemians crush almost every civ in the late game. But I feel like if Viper keeps the pressure up, which I think was really smart of him to do given the matchup, this is the first time I'm seeing this, guys. It's something I've wondered if we might see. But look at this. You can dock wall on this map. I honestly kind of do wish you could full wall the high ground. Especially because it's an Empire Wars start. If it was RM, then maybe it would be too easy to wall, but I don't know. Yo defend against knights. He needs to get a monastery immediately. No, you cannot wall this. The rocky terrain goes all the way around. Is it CA? From Viper? Viper hasn't shown anything yet. Viper can take this game in whatever direction he wants. Oh! Is Yo just gonna go hand cannons? Well, Viper's gonna scout this. I mean, I guess that's a good quick wall for Yo. Viper also was able to get the horse collar upgrade for his 3 farms that he gets for free. Or, sorry, 2 farms he gets for free. Still, those dock walls are only going to be as good as the fact that knights can just walk to the other side with them. Oh, and Yo is already on the run. Once again, Viper's 600 resources ahead. Yo does lose his first villager right there. I don't know, guys. I feel like this map is too aggressive for this to work. Oh, look at the demo ship, guys. It was so exciting. Oh, my goodness. I hope you enjoyed the demo ship right there. I bet you did. I bet you thought that demo ship was peak Age of Empires. Viper already with an astronomical lead. Whatever plan this was from Yo just is not working out. I mean, I guess you get the conversion there. You do not have a monk to help cover the other monk, so Viper's just going to send in his knights and kill the monk with ease. Yeah. Guys, the res difference is just getting so out of hand so fast. Osaw coming in for him. I mean, Yo has no eco. Yo way ahead in wood collected, which doesn't matter at all. Viper ahead in food and gold. It's just not. Yeah, it feels like the Spearman would have been the must. I mean, it's an interesting strategic choice for Yo, and again, this is one of his last pick civs, but, I mean, Persians are still 4th for Viper, and then you're gonna have to win out as Yo. Now, maybe Yo picked this map because he feels good about the other 2 maps, which I think is quite possible. Because he probably feels good with Franks and Tatars, which he should. Very good. A wood villager hater? I really am. Oh, jeez. This isn't going to work well at all for Yo, man. He's going to get his hand cannon numbers cut in half. He's literally running into the TC fire. Oh my goodness. Doesn't even snag one more knight there. Yeah, now Viper just goes skirmishers. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought he would do. I mean, how many times have we seen the player who completely tries to rush up to the castle edge just fall way too far behind? Even in the Thames game, Yo didn't rush up the castle age. He just went up there faster relative to Viper. This was a rushing up to castle age with basically no military. Now, the game isn't over. And Yo is going to have complete control of the low ground. But even the, like, how do you get past all the ships? Yo's adding a second TC. Maybe he does not appreciate how absurdly far behind he is. By the way, for remaining civs, Viper for Dorothy Quarry is probably going to go Romans or Georgians, and then would go for the other one on Henschel. Anyway, skirms with ballistics feel pretty darn good here. I don't think he goes Ketons here. Or in this, with these matchups. Oh, did Yo lose his monk again? Oh, jeez. I thought he at least had that. Here we go. Here we go. I love AoE 2. Isn't that exciting, guys? Isn't that so exciting? Like, there's literally nothing Yo can do to push up here. And he can't win with low ground control alone. Oh, I sure did. Oh, hey, Yo also lost that there. Viper will need to replace his archery ranges. That is a thing, but yeah, there you go. There he goes. Yo's trying to add in a TC number 3, but again, it's just not against Persian Nico. Yeah, exactly. The Torsion Engine blasts were, like, very exciting. Now, again, the game isn't over. Yo still has a way better army. Cav archers are going to be tough, though. Like, that's a great move from Viper. Oh, Yo! Like, Yo's done a really good job of preserving his hand cannoneer numbers. Like, that has genuinely been very, very good from him. Oh, beautiful micro, though, from Viper. Oh, my goodness, beautiful micro from Viper. And Yo needs his mangonels there, otherwise the skirms just kill him. An 800 score lead, though, for Viper. Third TC on the high ground, but remember, this isn't going to last him forever. It'll last him a while longer, but not forever. And Viper's food income is quite poor right now, due to losing most of the fish over here. Oh, actually, still having those 5 bills is actually really nice. I mean, Res Destroyed is nicely ahead for Yo. It's just Viper's eco is so comically better that it's just not enough. Yeah, Persian docks especially, so tough to take down. Oh, nice kill there from Viper. Oh. Salam. this is over. It's not over. I feel like Yo's win condition, which is just taking fights that are too efficient for Viper, isn't really obtainable. Yo also has nothing at home to defend against counterattacks. Oh, jeez. Like, this is like a lot of games we've seen, especially when players like Hera and Leary and Hart are involved, where it's like, if the resources were closer, this could work, but it's so lopsided in favor of, in this case, Viper, that the threshold of acceptable damage that you need to deal is so unreasonably high. And Yo's even behind in villager kills regardless, so it's not like he's even doing enough there either. And Viper's going to get even more value. More stables coming in. Viper will secure the high ground here. And he will bring himself to match point. Or a match against Hera. Which would be a huge accomplishment for him, by the way, considering that he really didn't prepare at all for this tournament. But that just shows how much of a veteran Viper is, right? We had some good games, but also some big clunkers, that's for sure. Oh my god, he has a war elephant. Oh my goodness. The Muma kill is ready for battle. Yeah, that's true. The weekend qualifier was good prep. It's not like he did nothing, but obviously still far less prepared than everybody else in the tournament. That's it. I like Yo Civs a lot in both of the remaining games. And there really is something to that. Tadars are, as far as I am aware, 2-0 on Dorothy Quarry. And Franks also have a pretty good win rate on the Forage Bush map, Henschhold. No, it was new civs, but no new maps. And yet Viper played the new map super well, so, you know, who knows? If there was if this was a situation where Yo has like 50%, like the difference was 50% less, so like if Yo had 26,000 resources collected to 30,000, then I still think we're talking. I still think we have some options as Yo to drag things out, but you're going to be, because of that, you're really far behind in Imperial Age time, and that's kind of, it's going to be a killer. There's just no way you can manage that. But, I mean, great pressure from Viper. Obviously, he knows he needs to play aggressive in this matchup, but that's exactly what he did. How far are we? This is the round of 6. Viper will scooch this back over here. It's fine. I mean, again, he's going to be an imp in just a moment. 10,000 resources ahead. With better eco upgrades on top of it. That is all sorts of not happening for Yo. Elephants, he is making them. They're honestly not doing a whole lot, but they are being made at the very least. Oh, wait, hold on. Thought Viper had more reinforcements coming over here. If Yo gets a 1-for-0 here, and it's actually the opposite of that, if he gets a 1-for-0, immediately gets a 0-for-1. Cav Archer still doing Cav Archer things. This game's so over. Should be an imp GG. And Viper will take 2 in a row. I'm ready. I am ready to right-click here, guys. Oh boy, a demo killed 5 Sturm. So exciting. I am ready. So ready. There we go. No, it's a right click because Viper's on the right side. Anyway, Yo tried something. I'm sure in practice it looked good. It just didn't look like it was ever going to be... It just didn't look like that was ever going to succeed, especially without any early spearmen and skirmishers. If he hadn't played the Magyar game that way? Oh, yeah. 3-0, nice! Persians over Bohemians. But Yo has a little bit better draft priority left. Viper's used more of his top civs than Yo has. And like I said, Yo should have a slight civ advantage on both of the remaining games. That was Yo's #1 home map, though, which is kind of surprising. Because again, I'm sure it's a strategy that looked great when practicing, and it just completely fell flat. But I'm sure the Berbers pick was something similar. Humans? We see it in almost every set, actually. All right, Dorothy Quarry. Yes, Bulgarians are definitely... Well, the thing is, they are one of the best civs on ladder. Because casuals can't deal with men-at-arm rushes. This series could be the... Well, I said before the first series today that I thought both of these sets would be fantastic, and so far they have both been very, very close. But also, I, think that just player-wise, stylistically-wise, they are both going to be very good. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 6. 1 game away from elimination. It's been a bit of a rocky tournament for him, honestly. But we will have Yo in the blue as the Tatars to the north. Been very inconsistent this series. When he's been good, he's been amazing. And then... literally 2 games in a row, as well as game number 1, he basically lost before Castle Age. So when Yo loses, he literally loses instantly, which obviously is pretty rough. That said, Yo, Tatars, very strong civ on this map. Again, they're 2-0, I think, and they've looked very good both games, even though Hera lost his game. They do not have the best campaigns. Ivelo is... okay, but it's really disjointed and way too short. That's another campaign that needed 6 scenarios. Yeah, Hera won on score, but Tatars themselves looked fantastic in that game. It was just Yo going crazy. All right, Viper trying to apply pressure here. He's got 2 spearmen. Yo trying to snipe the archer, but it's unsuccessful. Yo, again, utilizing that mobility advantage, but... Oh, the scout's in. It will not stop the walling. The walling. The scout's going to go down. The archer might be able to block it. Yo does get that just in the nick of time. Oh, my goodness. Razor-thin margin. Oh, my... But he needs the wall here. Yo! Oh, it's too late. Oh, it's just in time. Oh, my goodness. Ooh, okay, sparks are flying. Absolutely. Oh my god, Viper's so far ahead. I just realized. That's just in time. Hey, man. Yeah, Yo needs to get a bunch of counterattack damage done, but I just don't see how that happens. Oh my goodness, Viper is going for such heavy pressure here. 6 spearmen. Because this map is both open and has a gigantic hill everywhere that Totters can utilize with their high ground bonus. All right, Yo clicks up, but how many times, guys? How many times has this not worked? Now, Viper himself isn't going to be close to castle age behind it. This isn't like Viper going for a little bit of pressure into a quick castle age time behind it. I honestly think that would have gone even better for Viper. But many times, it was a rhetorical question. Yeah, arson for Spearman. You need to wall over here as well, though, as Yo. Obviously. Obviously. Like a market or something. It actually does a market not fit? Oh, this might be too late. Okay, the walls are in the perfect position. If they were 1 tile further, the archers would fire at the bills, and Yo would die. Yo does have fletching. More walls are being attempted. Those stone walls are essential, for sure. Yo also lost all of his scooter bugs. And now Viper's going to click up, too. Like, look at this eco difference, guys. I mean, I guess it is a lot of wood, to be fair. And so long as Yo has just enough wood for his cav archers, which I think he will. Yeah, Yo is safe at this point. No, it's double range. Wait. What? What? Huh? Oh, wait, Viper can walk in, can he? Okay, well, the TC, I guess, ranges that barely. Yeah, I think that's actually it. I think he doesn't remember the first stable. I mean, this might just be it, guys. But even if he did, what would he have the stable for? A knight doesn't do anything for you right now. Anyway, Viper just needs to come forward and get damage done. Which he should be able to do, by the way. Crossbow Bodkin. No way on Doubt Screen Earth can you get ballistics. The spearmen aren't the issue. The issue are the archers, and literally even losing 1 cav archer is awful. Make that 2. I think that this is it. Unfortunate. Man, it was a series that had so much potential, and it wasn't a bad series. But I feel like 3 games in a row, Yo just can't make it out of Feudal Age. He's already got 2 fortified churches in. He's not taking any counterattack damage, guys. Maybe, like, if Yo had a dock. I don't know, but, like, being this far behind in resources collected for the 3rd game in a row, that's painful. Viper's eco upgrades are looking very good. Now, it's not like the numbers are insane here for Viper, and Yo will have the high ground. No, Yo, no, no, no. Oh my goodness. Oh, Yo can't keep up with this. He just can't. That's it. Well, that's a really unfortunate ending to the series. Well, I mean, okay, hold on. Yo's gonna get ballistics. Viper's gonna have 6 skirmishers. It's not really the most exciting thing in the world. He's still only on 1 TC. He did idle a lot. Now, again, Viper's eco upgrades are very, very good, and now he's adding in TC number 2. It's just, can Yo get any counterattack damage done? I don't see Viper being exposed anywhere. Yeah, like, that's not doing anything. And even Viper gets a kill there because Yo is more exposed than his counterpart. I mean, that's causing some good idling, though. But again, 2,000 resources at the moment? 2,000? Viper even going to snag a relic. Yo is going to try and add a second TC, though. But the fortified churches are just going to be way too good here. Like, what is Yo supposed to do? It's so much easier for Viper to defend than it is for Yo. And Viper's the one who's ahead in economy. Also, Yo's missing every single shot. I actually think this is an issue where Yo simply cannot compete with Viper's micro. Ballistics is nerfed? No, these guys just have almost no latency playing against each other. Yo might try and focus down Bills, but he's going to lose his entire Cav Archer blob in the process. Yeah. Make it another couple Bills here. Range number 3 here for Viper. Obviously going to need that. Husbandry coming in for Yo. To be honest, I'm really not a big fan of the CA play from Viper.
So long.
I feel like what's Yo going to do against Skirms? Those 2 TC? He's got farms underneath fortified churches. He's fine. That said, I'll be honest, I thought this game was way more over than it was. And I am certainly happy to be wrong about that. Yo is still in a really, really, really bad spot. Does Yo have a greater than 10% chance to win this game? Yes. I think it's probably close to 20%, but that's winnable. If you play very, very well. He's ahead by 10 Vils, but he's really far behind in resources, and the eco efficiency for Viper is just leagues better. Also, Yo's gonna, like, I guess go for a castle drop or something? I'm honestly not entirely sure. Yeah, Yo's got a ton of idols. But here we go! If Yo can drag this to a game 7, that will be something. Like, that'll be a win for the record books. Can Viper actually deny such a castle? If he does snipe the Mangonel, he'll end up losing a ton of his CA in the process. And he loses a ton of CA in the process, and he doesn't even snipe the Mangonel, although he snipes a bunch of Vils. Those skirms are being a bit annoying, but... Okay, is that castle really the most exciting castle you need, though? I don't think so. That's not really enough. And a few Keshiks will help a lot with skirmishers, remember? But, I mean, you can't say Yo isn't giving it his all right now. Bloodline's coming in for Viper. I still really feel like if he just only made skirms, he'd be fine. Eco balance is just dreadful right now for Yo. Okay, Viper's really rushing up guard tower. The thing is, Viper's getting even further ahead in resources with the power of the fortified churches. Keshiks are nice, though. Unfortunately, you are doing this into, like, the best defensive civ in Age of Empires. Which I think really begs the question. Oh, no, Yo.
Salam.
Oh? Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Yo's taking a terrible fight here. But, like, why was Yo going for such an aggressive strategy anyway as Tadar's there? Why not just hang back? Viper's only very slightly behind in resources destroyed. And now Viper just needs to click up to Imperial Age. He's grabbing Handcart. Again, Yo simply cannot attack this entire area. This is so freaking bad for Yo. Imperial? Before all that long, yeah. But Viper doesn't even really need to make army at the moment. Viper's gonna have a castle. Like, what's Yo gonna do here? Viper also still has 3 relics, by the way. Like, maybe Yo tries to add a bunch of TCs? Viper still has a bunch of units alive, though. Plague of Locusts, something like that. Yeah, but the issue is you can't raid Viper. Viper has both the better economy and is unraidable. Like, look at all the fortified churches and guard towers and stuff. And he's going to be uphill. Viper can also go into Manaspa. I mean, Viper is going to lose some infrastructure. Yo could also really use a way to pin Viper in his base, but he just isn't able to. And again, Yo's own defenses at home are so poor right now. Where'd the Cav Archers go? Oh, there they are. Anyway, Viper's still totally fine. He's still got the fortified churches everywhere. He's getting around 1,000 more resources than his opponent every 2 minutes. Like, just put that in perspective. The villager count might be relatively close, but with the eco upgrade difference and the fortified churches, it is just not even remotely close. I mean, this isn't going to be the best fight in the world for Viper, to be honest. And he keeps on delaying his own Imperial Age, which I don't really get. Like, what's Yo even going to do here? Wait, does he not know about the castle? Oh my god, he doesn't. Okay, Yo needs to turn the heck around, like, right now. Okay, there he goes. I mean, Viper will lose a bunch of stuff here, but I don't really think it matters. Like, again, it's double the food collected right now, guys. And yeah, because Viper literally can't even be attacked. Viper has... Normally, if you go for this many defensive structures, you're behind in eco, but because Yo's eco was so bad in the first place, that it actually doesn't even matter. Viper can make every single fortification he needs, and then still have a huge lead. Yo loses all the mangonels. Yep. I mean, yeah, that castle's getting denied right now. It's a little annoying for Viper. It's not the end of the world. Yo just now getting wheelbarrow when Viper's had handcart forever. Or Monospa's even running in. And as good as Tadars have looked on this map, it hasn't been when they've been playing this aggressive into Cav Archers. I feel like both Hart and Hera did a much better job of getting their eco set up behind it. Yeah, he placed a lot of farms and doesn't even have horse collar. That's how unfortunate this is for him. You know, yeah, I don't love the approach from Yo. Yeah, Yo has basically no eco upgrades. The fortified church again saving Viper here. He's trying to go into the forward castle. He doesn't have the army for it yet, but I mean, classic Georgians things. Now again, do I think Viper's play here is perfect? No. But is it more than good enough? Yes. And that's really all that matters. Like I said, every 2 minutes that passes and Yo falls another 1,000 resources farther behind. Like, it's actually insane how good the Georgian eco plus eco upgrades plus 5 relics combo is. And there we go. GG, well played. Good luck next round. And Viper will win the series 4-2. I mean, it was looking really close. And Yo even having the edge over Viper after that one game on Thames. But then Viper just basically killed Yo in Feudal Age 3 games in a row. Yo simply could not make it to Castle Age without being irrevocably far behind. So it will be Viper versus Hera tomorrow. And well done and well deserved for him. Unfortunate for Yo, but honestly, this isn't really going to be his best game mode ever. Oh, look at Viper. He's too cool for school. Yeah, definitely not as good as the first series, but we will have to see you guys tomorrow. When does that start, actually? Is it the same time? Yeah, so I guess in theory it's the same time tomorrow. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. See you guys tomorrow.